Good afternoon. We're going to resume the afternoon session at 12:53 p.m. During the break, I received a request to further divide Article 9, and so we will also be taking separately item A33, cemetery truck.
All right.
So just so you'll be aware that in Article 9, we will be taking all of the items in the A group together, except for a few that have been divided separately. And those that have been divided are contained in your motion book, except for item A33, which is also being divided separately. We'll vote separately on the items that have been divided, and then we'll vote on the remaining items. And that is when we come to Article 9. But now we're going to return to Article 7A. And in Article 7A, we just completed the vote on the motion to amend. It failed. And now we go back to the main motion. It has not been amended. It is the vote of the Advisory and Finance Committee. And so we're going to continue with the discussion, and I invite Wrestling Brewster, Precinct 5, to come forward, who wishes to speak on Article 7A. Welcome, Wrestling Brewster.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It was 5, it was 4, and now it's 15. So, Chair of Precinct 15. I have a multi-part question, and I'm hoping Lynn will be back by the time I finish my question, because it's before we start talking about this budget, we really need to know what it is. So my question is, what's the total budget, total, and what's the total tax rate that we're raising, and what's the total that this is going to cost the average homeowner? So as soon as Lynn gets ready, I'd like that question. And then for Mr. Canty, once Lynn answers that first part, I'd like to know from what she says, I believe for the last 2 decades we've raised taxes about 5% per year over the past 2 decades.
So I believe that the answer to your question on the budget is in your packet of materials. And if you look at page 7.
I'd like Lynn to give me the total number.
Yes.
And then I'd like her to give me the total tax rate, and then I'd like her to give me what it's going to cost.
But I'm going to give you the number because it's the part of what's coming before you today. If you look on the last page, we see an Advisory and Finance Committee recommendation of $301,453,799. So that is what is being presented as the budget until we have any amendments. With respect to the other questions, since the Director of Finance is not here, and you referenced, oh, she is here. Welcome, Lynn Barrett. Would you like to respond
Mr. Canty when she responds
to Wrestling Brewster's questions?
So, as Steve said, the budget that you're voting in Article 7 is $301,453,799. That includes the general fund and all the enterprise funds.
301 million.
301 million, yes. Sorry.
Good thing the moderator corrected the Director of Finance on that.
301 million, and that's all Article 7A. In your budget books that you got, so on pages, let's see, this is page 14 and 15, that gives you sort of our estimated revenues that are covering this balanced budget for property taxes, state aid, local receipts. So currently right now, and then on page, there's another page in here that gives, on page 20, that gives you what the average tax bill is going to go up. The 2025 estimate is on the bottom of page 20. And those are all estimates because, we still have to value property. We still have to, finish the town meeting process in the fall, and then we'll set our tax rate and all of that. So those are just estimates for right now.
Okay, tax rate?
Tax rate?
Yes,
well, the current
I've heard 6.9, I've heard over.
Well, 6.9% is what we're increasing the property tax levy.
Yes.
That's what.
That's the total tax.
That's what this estimate is.
Right.
Yeah.
And that 301 is everything that we're voting on today, budget-wise, if everything passes?
For Article 7, yes.
I'm talking, could you possibly give me the entire number if we approve everything today, budget-wise?
So every article, anything that's coming out of the tax rate
Yeah.
is on pages 14 and 15.
Okay. I just want
Yeah.
to make sure I get the right number.
Yep,
'cause
those
I
are all included in those
want to make sure we're all
estimates.
dealing in facts.
It's
Okay.
all included in those estimates.
All right, so, thank you.
Yep.
Towards that, Mr. Canty, I understand we got to raise taxes to pay for everything. So, but for the last 2 decades, we've been at 5%. We're going up to 6.9%. What do I go back to my taxpayers and say, next year we're going to be 7? You know, are we going to go back to 5? What's the plan to get a handle of this so we're not continually, you know, going to that tax levy and we're moving forward? What's the plan?
So the plan is multifaceted. So first and foremost, by increasing into the levy the way we have, there won't be that much levy to go into in the future automatically, right? So that would automatically require both town and school side to be more strategic, because right now we can go into that excess levy capacity to make ends meet, but that's something that's of limited further use because we only have a 2 million cushion there, which we think we want to keep for other unexpected issues as opposed to making our day-to-day expenses meet. So that's part of it. Part of it, too, is by doing this and addressing issues that we're having, over time you're going to see reductions in cost. You know, it's not going to be an immediate thing, but you're going to see with better services, you're going to get better work product. Better work product's going to lead to better results. Better results are going to be less expensive over time. When you're addressing things like facilities, when you're addressing things like pavement management, that's going to keep overall costs lower. So what we've been doing has been penny wise but pound foolish for a number of years, in my opinion, because we're making an intentional choice to underfund and underaddress known issues, letting them get worse, letting the rot set in before we replace it. Now we're not doing that anymore. So there's going to be a structural prohibition on the increase because of the lack of excess levy to eat into in the future. But there's also going to be the return on the investment that you're making today. By investing in your community in this way, you're going to get better results back, lower results in terms of costs over time by this type of direction.
Thank you. Just one more follow-up, Mr. Moderator.
Yes,
I
Mr. Brewster, your
appreciate all
time
that.
is up, but go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate all that. I just want us all to start on the same level of knowing exactly how much this budget is, how much that tax rate is, and what we're doing moving forward. It's just because, you know, I got to go to my taxpayers and I got to say this is what we're doing for the future, so we're not going to come at 7 or go for an override next year. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Happy to answer your question.
Further discussion on the motion before us, which is Subcommittee Report A. Michael Bebini, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just to follow up to Rusty's question, have we adjusted our estimated state funds for next year based on their situation? In other words, when you come up with your budget, you're estimating certain funds to come in from the state. We've been told that the state is a $1 billion deficit next year, and they're going to cut a lot of the town payments. Can you address that, please?
So we level funded state aid, so we're just a 0% increase. We don't expect it to increase.
Do you expect it to decrease?
No. Governor's budget came out with a projected net increase in state aid, but it wasn't very much. It was like $184,000, so we don't expect it to decrease.
Okay.
We just don't expect it necessarily to increase.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, please come forward.
Yeah, I was wondering if any of the...
You state your name and your precinct, please.
Carl Mason, Precinct 18.
Thank you, Carl.
An email went out this morning stating that perhaps one of the select board members thinks that we need to do our job and vote down spending. So do any select board members want to comment as to how we could do that? Or was that a false Facebook report?
So Carl Mason asked a question of a member of the select board. I don't know if there's anyone who cares to respond or comment to a post or a letter?
In other
that
words,
came
is
out?
there a minority report on this budget?
Well, we don't do minority reports, but we certainly can hear from people speaking individually on their own behalf, if that's something they would like to do.
So the board voted 4-1 in favor of the budget. So the board has decided to support the budget with a majority. We understand that there are difficulties about the budget and with cost increases. We are not unsympathetic to that. But the board recognizes that there are, as I've said before, ongoing issues that are being unaddressed and underaddressed that in the long term are costing this community a lot more than their annual tax bills accurately reflect currently. And that the current trajectory of this town, if we were to continue on the old practices, would continue to get worse and worse, and we'd never be able to overcome it. So the time to act here is now, and the board has agreed to that.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the Article 7A Subcommittee Report A motion. We have Albert DiNardo, Precinct 17. If we can bring in Mr. DiNardo as a panelist. We are debating Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report A. Welcome Albert DiNardo once again. And there's our panel that we can see. Can we bring in Mr. DiNardo? He's coming, I'm being told. This is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. We are in the afternoon session on Saturday, April 6th. We are in the Plymouth Annual Town Meeting warrant. We are up to Article 7, which is our annual budget. You heard the overall budget proposed, $301 million. We are going through each subcommittee report. We will vote them separately. We are currently on Subcommittee Report A. We have people participating in person and remotely. We are bringing in a town meeting member who is currently participating remotely. And if we don't connect him soon, he declined? He declined his request to move over. So at that point, if we have nobody else who wishes to speak, we're going to go ahead and vote. When the light goes on, you're going to be voting on Subcommittee Report A. We're waiting for OTI to turn on the light, and this will be your first vote of the afternoon. So we're going to get moving this afternoon session. Town meeting members are going to begin voting. They've deliberated and they're voting. You're voting on Subcommittee Report A, which is a motion from the Advisory and Finance Committee. Following this, we'll move to Subcommittee Report B. In Plymouth, we have 18 precincts. We have 162 town meeting members. This morning, we had as many as 145 participating either in person or remotely in our morning session. This is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. We're in the Center for Performing Arts. The high school is located on Aubrey Street, and town meeting is assembled here. We have finished the voting. We're now going to see that 119 say yes, 18 say no, 2 abstentions, and so the motion carries. And as we scroll through the precincts, Mr. Hammond, what was your vote? Yes, John Hammond votes yes. Thank you. And at this time, while we scroll through the precincts, I'll read the next motion into the record. Mr. Neerman moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $89,993,326 for Subcommittee Report D. Mr. Neerman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends by unanimous vote approval of this section of the budget and recommends town meeting approve an appropriation of $6,406,848 as detailed in Subcommittee Report G, Water Enterprise.
Thank you.
No, it's,
And
well, it says.
B, B is in boy.
It's telling me C here, G.
B,
All right, let me go back.
Subcommittee Report B.
Well, okay.
So for town meeting, while we're waiting for the Advisory and Finance Committee,
Hold on.
we're looking at Subcommittee Report B, and I'm reading into the record the what is contained in
Okay.
your motion book. Mr. Neerman.
Hold on. Yes, okay, so,
Items 15 through 29.
yes, you want Article 7B.
B as in boy.
Water Enterprise Fund. No, you're still on 7. 7A.
7A motion,
Okay,
subcommittee
got it,
report
got it,
B.
got it. Sorry. I'll find it.
So it's detailed in the Advisory and Finance Committee Subcommittee Report B for the purposes listed in the budget attached to these motions, and to meet said appropriation, make the following transfers totaling $3,563,642 as listed in the chart below, which you have in your book, and raise the sum of $86,429,684 from the 2025 tax levy. There is a summary of the vote. It is shown for Subcommittee Report B, items 15 to 29.
Okay,
Stephen
we're
Newman.
back. Sorry, a little technical difficulty there. So the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget and recommends town meeting approve an appropriation of $89,993,326 as detailed in Subcommittee Report B.
Thank you. Any discussion? If not, we're going to go to a vote on the Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report B. When the light goes on, you can vote. It's a majority vote. Town meeting members will be voting, once again, using the V-Voter platform, and in person, you can vote now. The light is on, and town meeting members can continue to vote. Again, reminder, we had a couple of people from 17 and Precinct 1 who are here, who inadvertently, on their handset, indicated they want to speak. So be aware of that. Thank you. So again, the light is on. When the light ends, we will conclude the voting. We have 18 precincts. We have 9 members per precinct, total of 162. At least 145 were with us this morning. The voting is ended. We're now going to look at the total. 129 say yes. 10 say no. 2 abstentions. It carries. And as we go through to check to make sure your vote was recorded, I'm going to read into the record the next motion. The next motion is Article 7A, Subcommittee Report C. Do you have a point of order, Mr. Brown?
I don't know if it's appropriate, but I'd like to move that we do the rest of 7A by consensus, if we can.
We're not going to do that, but
Thank
thank you. But as something, Mr. Brown, that we could maybe talk about in a break to explain why. But Subcommittee Report C, Mr. Neerman moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $35,625,967. Mr. Neerman.
Thank you so much. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget and recommends town meeting approve an appropriation of $35,625,967 as detailed in Subcommittee Report C.
Further discussion? Here, do we have anybody who cares to be heard on Subcommittee Report C? Peter Neville, Precinct 10.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm looking at page 95 in the report and recommendations of Advisory and Finance Committee, Budget Summary, Harbor Master. Under other expenses, it appears to be about a 33% increase. And under personal services, it's a significant increase. And then down below in the budget observations, there's an allusion to additional costs related to overtime, special events, and cruise ship visits. So it'd just be helpful to me to get a better sense of why there's a 33% increase in other expenses, 1, and 2, whether or not the overtime due to special events and cruise ships aren't being charged directly to those special events and the cruise ships. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article Subcommittee Report C? Yes, please come forward. Chad Hunter is our Harbor Master.
Thank you. Just to address some of the question or the comments that were mentioned about the cruise ship. The cruise ship is paying for any sort of overtime costs that are associated. We need to build it into our budget, though, because it comes through their contract to the town. So that's one piece. Some of the other all other expenses. I'll just kind of cover some of them. Waste oil disposal, obviously with the reorganization of the Harbor Master Division into the police department, there were some additional costs that we had to put into our budget that previously would have been through DMEA. Waste oil disposal is one of those. That was an additional $2,000 per year. Mooring maintenance and the transient boat launch, which brings visiting boaters from the mooring to shore and back to encourage them to come ashore here in Plymouth and spend money while they're visiting. We had included that in the budget. The previous year, that was a VSB allocation, a Visitor Service Board actually paid for that, but understanding that the town would then take on that cost the following year. We had a slight increase in uniform supplies, mooring maintenance as mentioned. We also had some departmental equipment that were included in this year's budget. We had no departmental equipment last year. That includes for this proposed budget, Soda Blast the bottom of a 34-foot Calvin Beale patrol boat, Harbor Master PPE, anti-exposure work suits, so those prevent from drowning and hypothermia, and also a replacement of a small outboard. They were all in the operating budget as departmental equipment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, I'm going to call for a vote on Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report C. When the light goes on, you can begin to vote. You can now begin to vote. We're voting on Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report C, and thereafter we're going to go back to Mr. Brown to once again hear his motion. But right now you're voting on Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report C. You're voting remotely, you're voting in person, and all the votes will be merged together. Town meeting is currently finished the voting, and once the voting is finished, we will now see that the vote is 140 yes, no 4, abstain 0. So I want to talk a little bit about motions that are not presented prior to town meeting, just to explain, because we're trying to balance wanting people to be able to present their motions even on town meeting floor, but also being prepared. So for example, during the break, I received a request from a town meeting member telling me that she wanted to separate Article 9A33, which is not in the motion book. It's really a motion to divide. I accepted her motion, but then in order to accomplish it procedurally, I also need to communicate with OTI Technology because they need to change the slides. They need to add a slide for A33. They need to change the other slide, which had the balance of all the A articles. Doesn't seem like a big issue, but we also have to coordinate with DPW to make sure that DPW is now prepared to respond to that item that's coming up. So again, I'm just trying to impress upon everybody the fact that if you know ahead of time, if you know days ahead, that's going to be great. If you know even the day of town meeting, but well before the session begins, that's a big help because we have to coordinate with so many moving parts. So Mr. Brown, in connection with your request, before I could accept it, because it was the first time I received it, I had to be careful that it doesn't in any way invalidate our vote on the budget, because there are some things such as borrowing where we have to consult with bond counsel, who is not here today, and they have very specific language. So I consulted with town council, I consulted with the director of finance, and I'm going to accept your motion. So if you can come forward, I understand that you want to make a motion to have voted multiple items under Article 7A, and my question is, do you also want to do 7B, 7C? Are you proposing all of the, just
Only
the 7A?
7A.
All right, thank you. So we have a main motion on Report D, and a main motion on Report E, and a main motion on Report F under Subcommittee A. And you'd like to combine those three, is that right?
I'd like to vote by consent.
Well, we'll vote all three at once.
All three at once.
So I accept that motion, and I'm going to ask Mr. Neerman now to speak on his motions under Articles 7A reports D, E, and F, and then the vote would be as presented in the motion book for D, E, and F. Mr. Neerman.
Okay, thank you for that great explanation. And I will go through D, E, and F, and then you guys can do the voting. Okay, so the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section, which is Report D, of the budget, and recommends town meeting approve an appropriation of $13,955,644 as described in Subcommittee Report D. Now let's go to E. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends by unanimous vote approval of this section of the budget and recommends town meeting approve an appropriation of $5,986,440 as detailed in Subcommittee Report E. And now I'm going to go to F. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends by unanimous vote approval of this section of the budget and recommends town meeting approve an appropriation of $119,144,244 as detailed in Subcommittee Report F. Back to you.
Thank you, Stephen Neerman. So again, Mr. Brewster, come to the microphone. While you do, again, we have those three motions, if you will, from Mr. Neerman that are going to come now together as part of a discussion and a vote because we have a procedural motion from Precinct 7, George Brown, town meeting member, who asked that we consolidate those three.
Right.
Mr. Brewster.
He asked for a motion to consolidate. Don't we have to vote on that motion to consolidate?
I'm accepting it. I'm accepting it.
Oh, I thought we voted on motions. I guess I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm accepting it, much as the motion to divide. I mean, we could go through dividing all the different items on Article 9. It would certainly be probably not a good use of our time. I just accepted the request to take certain items separately. I'll also take this. You have an opportunity to debate this if it's determined that we should not consolidate and we should do them separately. I have the discretion to do that. But at this point, we've got the procedural motion to consolidate those three reports. Discussion. Discussion on Report D, E, or F. Dale Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I don't understand Mr. Brown's initiative to put the pedal down and move this thing forward. I don't know, unless Mr. Brown has some mental telepathy going on that knows that people are ready to rubber stamp these budgets, or if there's issues that people want to discuss. And I think that we should leave that door open, and I'd like to oppose Mr. Brown's motion and get into these budgets without knowing if there is anything that anyone wants to bring up or to challenge. But again, I think to close the door on that is short-sighted.
So your motion, Mr. Weber, is tantamount to a motion to divide back three ways. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to just act on his motion to consolidate and see if that's the will of town meeting. So it's a procedural motion to consolidate Subcommittee Report D, E, and F under one motion. It is a procedural motion. You will now vote on whether to consolidate those three reports. It's a majority vote. And when the light goes on, you can determine whether you want to go forward in that manner. Once OTI gives us the light, I'm sure they don't have a slide on this. Here we go. It is on whether to consolidate Subcommittee Report D, E, and F as one vote. It is a procedural motion from Precinct 7, George Brown. And once we receive the totals on that, we can determine whether we're going to go as a group or continue as we have been individually. This is Plymouth Town Meeting. It's coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. We are in the afternoon session on April 6th, and town meeting is in the annual town meeting warrant. We are in Article 7. The voting has concluded. We are now going to determine 55 say yes, 86 say no, 2 abstentions. We now are back only in Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report D. So anyone who'd like to speak on Subcommittee Report D, please come forward. Subcommittee Report D is items 45 to 49. Did you care to be heard? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Page 9 of 13 in our Green Book, the solid waste operations. Just like to get a better understanding of how those expenses correlate to the transfer station revolving fund and the expenses associated there. And I wasn't aware that the town was, in the narrative, it shows that they're picking up the solid waste from the Plymouth schools and public buildings.
Mr. Neville, are you speaking to report D?
433D on page 111.
So you're talking about items 45 to 49, which are all divisions in snow and ice?
No, I'm on page 111.
So if you can also look at the, yeah, right, and also compare that to the motions book, page 407, we're on the subcommittee report D, and we have the numbers there for all divisions and for fixed costs. Items 45 to 49, those are the items that we're currently discussing and on which we'll be voting. I think perhaps,
Well, I guess my question is, I just need a little bit of education as to how these expenses tie into the expenses that are in the revolving fund for the transfer station.
thank you. Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance.
So in Subcommittee D, the solid waste department, or the budget that is included in the general fund, which is all of the town itself disposing of its own solid waste. So the pickup of all the town buildings, the pickup of the school department, the disposing of that. So that's all a general fund operation. It's not an operation of the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. The Solid Waste Enterprise Fund is fee-based for the people that use the transfer station. So that's totally separate. So in the general fund, you're going to see all the town costs for their own trash.
So, thank you, Lynn.
Yep.
Does the DPW participate in any of the recycling that goes on at the transfer station? For instance, the paper that's separated at the town building, does that get added to the 30-yard container at the transfer station that has paper in it, which we get paid for? Same for the school. That's really the question.
William Coyle is the Director of the Department of Public Works. Mr. Coyle?
Sure, Mr. Moderator, we keep the operating budget items separate from the transfer station. So any of the paper that's collected in cardboard and recyclables at the transfer station, if there's any revenues generated, that would go back into the enterprise account. And so that would be kept separate from the town materials.
Thank you. Any further discussion, follow-up question, Mr. Neville? No?
I guess, are we selling that paper that we're picking up under this budget? Are we getting any revenue from the waste that we've separated?
Mr. Coyle?
I'm sorry, I was talking to Mr. Weber. Could you repeat that, sir?
Are we receiving any revenue from the town collected waste, whether it's paper or cardboard, outside of the transfer station?
30 seconds.
We do receive revenue only for my last time I checked for cardboard and paper. We pay to dispose of plastics and glass currently. And I was corrected that any of the paper and cardboard that we pick up for the town buildings would be brought to the transfer station. But again, the majority of what we dispose of, we're actually paying to dispose of those recyclables. We only get money for the cardboard and paper.
Further discussion? Is there anyone else? Mr. Neville, you all set? Thank you. Further discussion on D? If not, we're going to move to the vote. When the light goes on, we'll vote on Subcommittee Report D, Article 7A motion. Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report D. The light is on. You will now be voting. It's a majority vote on the presentation from the Advisory and Finance Committee. Stephen Neerman is the chair, and he made the main motion on behalf of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Plymouth Town Meeting has been meeting throughout the day, beginning at 8 a.m. in the morning. This morning, we had 145 town meeting members participating in the voting. This afternoon, at the initial vote, a few less. We are now have completed the vote on Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report D. We're going to have the totals presented from OTI Technology, providing the support for the voting. 137 yes, 6 no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. And as you look at the record of voting, we will read into the record the separate Article 7A motions, Subcommittee Report E. Once again, Mr. Neerman moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $5,986,440. Items 50 to 56 is detailed in the Advisory and Finance Subcommittee Report E, and to meet said appropriation, raise the sum of $5,986,440 from the 2025 tax levy. Earlier, Mr. Neerman did make his presentation on Subcommittee Report E, so we will be going to, as soon as we see the scrolling, we'll be going to discussion. Any discussion on Subcommittee Report E? If not, we're going to go to the vote on Subcommittee Report E. And when the light goes on, you can vote on Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report E, which is the motion from the Advisory and Finance Committee. Town meeting are voting now. The light is on. Those in the room are using their handsets. Only the handset numbers for the yes, no, or abstention. Do not use any of the other numbers or it'll show up on our queue. Those working remotely have a V-Voter platform that they are following in order to vote, and then it's merged by OTI Technologies into one final vote of town meeting. Town meeting is a majority vote on this particular Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report E, and we have completed the vote. 139 say yes, no 5, 1 abstention. And as you see the recorded votes, I'll read Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report F. Mr. Neerman moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $119,144,244. Items 57 to 60, as detailed in the Advisory and Finance Subcommittee Report F, and to meet said appropriation, raise the sum of $119,144,244 from the 2025 tax levy. It's a majority vote. Mr. Neerman already made his presentation. Discussion. Discussion on Subcommittee Report F. Hearing none, we will have that person come forward. Yes, welcome. Maureen Renaud, and you can come down. Maureen Renaud, a town meeting member, welcome.
Hi. I've spent a lot of time at the airport. I love the airport, took my kid to the
Can you
airport.
speak closer to the mic, please?
I spent a lot of time at the airport, brought my kid and friends there a lot, really enjoyed it. But it was awfully loud then, and when I get home, I don't have to listen to that. I'm not in their neighborhood. And if I was in their neighborhood, I'd be having an issue, which I do have with this article. I think that the neighborhood would be fair.
Are you talking about,
The airport.
yeah, but are you talking, just to be clear, we have Subcommittee Report F, which is a school matter?
Oh, maybe it's G. I'm so sorry. I'm G.
You'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion on Subcommittee Report F? Did you want to say something on Article 7A Subcommittee Report F? No, thank you. In that case, we're going to take a vote on Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report F. Once the light goes on, you can vote. You can vote now. You're voting on Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report F. It is a majority vote related to items 57 to 60 as detailed in the Advisory and Finance Committee Report F. That is before you now for the town meeting. And thereafter, we're going to continue as printed in the warrant. And so town meeting members have been deliberating and debating on all the articles in the special town meeting warrant. We dissolved the special town meeting. We've concluded the vote on Subcommittee Report F. We'll get the total vote, 131 yes, 10 no, 3 abstentions. The motion carries. And as we look at the record, we're going to go to Article 7B. And under Article 7B, we have a motion for the Water Enterprise Operating Budget Subcommittee Report G. Mr. Neerman.
I was so excited about this, I want to talk about it 30 minutes ago. So the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends by a unanimous vote approval of this section of the budget and recommends town meeting approve an appropriation of $6,406,848 as detailed in Subcommittee Report G, Water Enterprise. The committee also recommends approval of the indirect cost for the water enterprise in the amount of $1,703,260.
Thank you. Discussion? Ms. Renaud?
Carl Mason. Oh.
Okay. Carl Mason.
Yeah. Just a question regarding 7B, C, D, and E. I think I should know the answer to this, but I don't. When it says indirect costs transferred to general fund, what does that mean?
Lynn Barrett is the Director of Finance, responding to town meeting member Carl Mason. Lynn Barrett.
So in the general fund, there are several costs associated with each of those enterprise funds. For example, the fringe benefits of all the employees that work in those divisions. Those costs are appropriated in the general fund under 7A, and then each of the enterprise funds transfers an amount to reimburse the general fund. So that's what those indirects are.
Thanks.
Further discussion? If not, we're going to take a vote on 7B, Subcommittee G. When the light goes on, we will vote on 7B, Subcommittee G, as presented in the book. Again, we have a few people who are coming up on the queue, but they're here. The light is on. You'll now be voting. While the light is on, you have 20 seconds in which to vote. It's a majority vote on this particular motion for Article 7B, Subcommittee Report G. Town meeting members continue to debate and deliberate in the annual town meeting warrant, coming to you live on April 6th, Saturday afternoon, from Plymouth North High School, located in Obery Street in Plymouth. When the light is off, we will conclude the voting, which we have done, and OTI Technologies provides us with the totals, which are 142 yes, 0 no, 2 abstentions. It carries, and you can look at the manner in which the vote is recorded while we go to Article C. And we have a Sewer Enterprise Operating Budget Subcommittee Report G. Mr. Neerman moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $8,590,035. Mr. Neerman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends by unanimous vote approval of this section of the budget and recommends town meeting approve an appropriation of $8,590,035 as detailed in Subcommittee Report G, Sewer Enterprise. The committee also recommends approval of the indirect cost for the sewer enterprise in the amount of $520,500.
Further discussion? If not, we're going to be going to the vote on 7C, Subcommittee G. Yes, Geraldine Williams is coming before us to speak on this motion under Article C, Subcommittee G. Geraldine Williams.
Geraldine Williams, Precinct 8. I have a question about whether this enterprise fund, I see that it has quite a bit of debt already in the budget, and they're asking for another large sum later on. And I'm just wondering whether the enterprise fund really can cover all these costs that it has.
Anyone care to respond to a question from Geraldine Williams? We have Lynn Barrett. She is the Director of Finance. Welcome.
So when we develop the rates for the utilities, which is water and sewer and solid waste, we always include in those rates the 5-year capital plan for each of those enterprise funds. Specifically, the selectmen, I believe in 2 weeks, will be hearing, we did a water and sewer rate study, And the recommendations from that study are going to be presented to the select board on the night of April 16th. And all of the capital over the next 5 years are included in that rate presentation. So we do include those in the rate, but the rate has to be obviously voted on an annual basis from the select board.
Further discussion? If not, we're going to go to the vote. When the light goes on, you can begin voting on Article 7C, Subcommittee G. You can vote now. It's a majority vote. Town meeting is voting as presented in the book, the motion book that's been provided. We are in the warrant. We are in Article 7C, and we are voting on Subcommittee G. It is a majority vote, and town meeting is continuing to move through the warrant. We did make one change in the order of the articles, and 21 is going to be heard after 13. For those of you that have joined us and are here for other matters, we did change the order of the articles in our earlier session. Town meeting is voting and have completed the votes. We'll now get the total of the votes for this. 145 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. The motion carries. And you'll see the record of the votes as I read Article 7D, Solid Waste Enterprise Operating Budget, Subcommittee G. Mr. Neerman moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $919,621 to defray solid waste direct costs and transfer $361,756, and to meet said appropriation, raise the sum of $1,281,377. Mr. Neerman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends by unanimous vote approval of this section of the budget and recommends town meeting approve an appropriation of $919,621 as detailed in Subcommittee Report G, Solid Waste Enterprise. The committee also recommends approval of the indirect cost for the solid waste enterprise in the amount of $361,756.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, we're going to move to the vote on Article 7D, Subcommittee G. And when the light goes on, you can begin your voting. You'll have 20 seconds to vote now. Please vote on Article 7D, Subcommittee Report G. Town meeting is continuing to have a hybrid format, which provides town meeting members the opportunity to be in person or to participate remotely. And town meeting members have notified the town clerk in advance of town meeting if they wish to participate remotely, and we have coordinated with the town clerk, with OTI, and with local scene in order to make that happen. Voting has ended, and now we are going to have the total 146 yes, 1 no, 0 abstentions. It carries, and we're going to now move to the next item, Article 7E, Motion, Airport Enterprise Operating Budget, Subcommittee G. Mr. Neerman moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $3,747,358, items 73 to 76, to defray airport direct costs and transfer $446,834 for airport indirect costs to the general fund, and to meet said appropriation, raise and appropriate the sum of $4,194,192. Mr. Neerman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends by unanimous vote approval of this section of the budget and recommends town meeting approve an appropriation of $3,747,358 as detailed in Subcommittee Report G, Airport Enterprise. The committee also recommends approval of the indirect cost for the airport enterprise in the amount of $446,834.
Maureen Renaud, Precinct 6.
So I would like to speak against this article. I think the neighborhood will be further harmed. I don't live near it, but when I do know what it's like to be there because I spent a lot of time there.
So again, Maureen, are you looking to speak against the airport enterprise operating budget? Or did you want to speak against Article 9, the airport taxiway matter?
Probably.
Both?
No.
The airport taxiway?
Actually, in a bigger picture, then I could probably just wrap it up.
Well, this is the airport enterprise operating budget, and then in Article 9, we have a separate capital improvement article that relates to the airport taxiway. So did you want to speak to this one or that one?
This one would be good. It would work.
This would work. Okay, go
My
ahead.
thought is that
Go ahead.
there's a lot going on with the airport.
Okay. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I would say that a very, very small amount of people avail themselves of flying there. I mean, they go to the shops or they go to Plain Jane's and stuff, but we certainly are helping a giant, I understand that they're kind of self-pay, but we're really giving them money all the time. And so what is that debt service, even if they pay us back? I mean, it's a lot of stuff to do to have the whole town be responsible for that small thing that doesn't really help anybody here. Maybe a small amount of people, not too many others. And the neighbors have a very hard time with it. So I could speak to it just like that, on the money part, okay?
Okay.
So when you have 3,700,000 plus, is there, what kind of debt goes into that? Like, what kind of interest we have to pay?
Okay. Lynn Bear is the Director of Finance in response to the question regarding interest.
So Article 7E is for the airport operating budget, which includes all of their costs, including reimbursing the general fund for 100% of their indirect costs. It includes their own debt service, so the airport is responsible for their own debt service, and they only have one project right now where they pay principal and interest, and it's on an old building purchase that they did of a hangar that was on that property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, we're going to move to the vote on Article 7E, Subcommittee G. Town meeting will be voting when the light goes on, and we will be a majority vote on that particular item. You can vote now. You're voting on Article 7E, Subcommittee G, and this is in the warrant for the annual town meeting. We are now well into the annual town meeting warrant, and we are under the Article 7 matters relating to the fiscal 2025 budget. And currently, we are looking at Article 7E, Subcommittee G, and town meeting will vote until the light is off. And at this time, the voting for town meeting on 7E, G has concluded. We'll now see the total of the vote. 139 yes, 1 no, 3 abstentions. It carries. We'll see the record, and as we do, we'll move into the next motion. Article 7F, Motion Cable Access Enterprise Operating Budget, Subcommittee G. Mr. Neerman moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $1,545,000, items 77 to 78, to defray cable access direct costs and to meet said appropriation, raise the sum of $1,545,000 of cable receipts, as detailed in the Advisory and Finance Subcommittee report. G. Mr. Neerman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends by unanimous vote the approval of this section of the budget and recommends town meeting approve an appropriation of $1,545,000 as detailed in Subcommittee Report G, Cable Public Access Enterprise.
Discussion? Hearing none, we're going to move forward on the vote. Article 7F, Subcommittee G. It's a majority vote, and when the light goes on, you can begin voting. Town meeting is moving through the warrant. Vote now. You're voting as we continue through the annual town meeting warrant. This is our spring annual town meeting. It's held every year on the first Saturday in April. And we've been holding it at Plymouth North High School in the Center for Performing Arts. We're located on Aubrey Street. And town meeting has been at it since 8 o'clock this morning. Voting is concluded on Article 7F, Subcommittee G. 143 yes, no, 2, abstentions 0. It carries, and we're going to move on to Article 8A. And we have Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund. And Mr. Neerman moves the town vote to authorize Select Board to appropriate $500,000 to the Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund is authorized by the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B, as amended, and that to meet this appropriation, raise and appropriate $500,000 from the 2025 tax levy. This is going to be a majority vote, and we will begin as soon as we see the last three precincts from the last vote. It's there. Mr. Neerman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends by a vote of 10 in favor, 4 against, and 0 abstentions to town meeting to approve Article 8A. Approval of this article will authorize the town to raise and appropriate from the levy to the Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund for future use as it relates to capital maintenance of town-owned buildings.
Discussion? Seeing or hearing none, we're going to move to the vote on Article 8A, which is a majority vote. And town meeting will have an opportunity to vote now. The light is on. You are voting. We have the benefit of OTI enabling us to vote in person and remotely. So we have a hybrid town meeting for the representatives that were duly elected by the town. And upon completion of the voting, OTI Technologies merges it together for one final vote. This will be a majority vote on Article 8A, which is the Facility Capital Maintenance Stabilization Fund, and we have the vote concluded at 144 yes, 2 no, 1 abstentions, and it carries. And now we're going to move to Article 8B. 8B is a motion, and Mr. Canty moves that the town vote to authorize the Select Board to appropriate $500,000 to the Nuclear Stabilization Fund as authorized by the provisions of General Law, Chapter 40, Section 5B, as amended, and that to meet this appropriation, we're going to raise and appropriate $500,000 from the 2025 tax levy. And we've seen all the precincts, so now we're going to go to Mr. Canty. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In a unanimous vote of 5-0 with no abstentions, the Select Board recommends town meeting approve Article 8B. Approval of this article would place $500,000 into the Nuclear Mitigation Stabilization Fund, with the intention of using the money in that fund for the purchase of some or all of the 1,530.31 acres of land owned by Holtec Decommissioning International, currently in Chapter 61 forestry status. So, you have in front of you a presentation, my last prepared presentation for town meeting, so look forward to that. This is the Nuclear Mitigation Stabilization Fund and you, a presentation about the importance of planning for Plymouth's future. So, longtime town meeting members, and by that I mean those who were here last time, will remember that at the last town meeting, there was a pilot agreement negotiated by the Select Board after many negotiations back and forths that came onto the warrant. About the 1,530.31 acres currently in Chapter 61 forestry status owned by Holtec. This is property that was used as a buffer at the time that the power plant was originally constructed a number of years ago, decades ago in fact. Some of the land is in Chapter 61 forestry status, 1,530.31 acres of it. We had a right of first refusal in Chapter 61 of only 120 days. We have increased that under the pilot agreement. This is a parcel that has some unique characteristics. It has the highest point within a mile of the coast between a point in Maine and a point in Georgia. It has some pristine nature examples there and habitats there. It also has the potential for some significant commercial economic development in a responsible way. And I think that the community would benefit from being involved in the discussion of the future of this particular parcel. It is the largest undeveloped piece of land in the entire town of Plymouth. So, this, and for those interested in the source, I stole this from myself last October. This is a slide about what the pilot agreement did. The pilot agreement provided $13 million in payments to the town over 8 years with no appeals to litigate. So that was a benefit that we currently have. But importantly to what we're looking to do today, it strengthened the right of first refusal by extending it. It gave us access on an annual basis for appraisal purposes so that we will always have an up-to-date appraisal on hand to have a competitive offer in when the right of first refusal is triggered. That's very important because we don't know when that's going to come up at any given time. We are going to remain diligent in having that appraisal done. It also gave the town a $3 million account credit that could be used for the purchase of some or all of the land in whole or in part at any time during that 8-year period. We don't have to use it on any particular purchase. We don't have to use it at all if we didn't want to buy any of it. But it gives us that credit during that 8-year period. And it commits the town and Holtec to engage in a master planning process. Now, it's 1,530.31 acres. We don't know if all of it's going to come on the market at once or if it's going to come on the market in pieces. This master planning process is important because then we know what we want to see done with that land. That discussion I was talking about some people want to see large sections of it preserved, some people want to see large sections of it developed. We think there should be a conversation that this community has about what to see done with that. But in the event that, for example, there was a piece of that land that was going to be, we wanted to see preserved, and we knew that the interested customer was somebody who was going to be preserving it, we don't need to waste the town's money buying that piece of that parcel, if that were to come forward. Likewise, if it were a piece of that parcel that was going on the market that we thought would be useful for a certain type of economic development, and we knew a private party was going to buy it and use it for that type of economic development, we don't need to waste the town's money buying that either. But this master planning process allows us to have an informed decision as to when each and every part of this parcel comes up, either in whole or in part, what we want to do with it. Now, the pilot did not guarantee that Holtec would sell the land during the 8 years, but we are trying to position ourselves so that we can make a competitive offer on some or all of the land if and when it does come up on the market. So the concept that I'm trying to sell you on today is in 2 parts. One is to put an additional $500,000 into the Nuclear Mitigation Stabilization Fund. And number 2, for us to plan for the entire balance of the Nuclear Mitigation Stabilization Fund to be used for purchasing some or all of the Holtec parcel. Now, I understand from my years of involvement in the Advisory and Finance Committee that there were different theories about what this money was originally put aside for. Some people think it was put aside for the purchase of the land. Some people think it was put aside to mitigate the lack of revenue derived from when the power plant would close. Some people thought it was a mixture of both. Some people may have thought it was for some other thing. Well, whatever we thought it was, what we'd like you to buy into now is using it for this particular purchase, because it is a particularly important strategic purchase for the future of this community. If that parcel were to be developed into residential housing or other things that would drain our services, the problems that we're facing with increasing costs by delivering services to residential taxpayers who pay less in taxes than they consume in services would put us again in that spiral that I was talking about earlier. So purchasing this, involving the town in what happens in this parcel, allows the town to control a significant portion of its destiny in a way that the town of Plymouth has not done in a very long time. Now, you may be asking, what is the current balance of the Nuclear Mitigation Stabilization Fund? Well, it's $8,819,435. You can see on the slide here how that fund has increased in value as we've put money into it over time. Okay, so it started in 2014 rather low, and now we are where we are. So here is the current math of what I am asking you to do. I would like you to approve Article 8B. That would add $500,000 to the fund. That would bring the total balance to $9,319,435. That plus the account credit we have with Holtec would mean we had on hand in cash or credit with Holtec $12,319,435. When we negotiated the pilot agreement, we estimated that in 2023 dollars, the value of the entire parcel, if it were to come on the market at one time, was going to be between $35 and $50 million. So if this $500,000 were to be put in there, we would have between 1/3 and 1/5 of the amount that we would need to do that. So we are well on our way to meeting, having a substantial down payment. Now, are we going to get in a position, we want to keep adding money to this over time during the 8 years. Are we going to get in a position where we're going to be able to pay cash for this entire parcel? No, we're not going to be able to do that. But the more money we have on hand to do that, the more we can make our own decision of exactly what happens with that land. Because we can solicit for grant funding from other sources. We can try and partner with public and private entities for this if we wanted to. And we are interested in doing that to the extent that it makes sense for what this community, not the select board, not me personally, but what this community wants to see happen with this particular parcel. But everybody that gives you money is going to attach strings to that money. There's certain things they won't let you do. There's certain things they're going to want you to do. And we think for too long throughout this community, other people have been making the decisions for our residents and for ourselves. And we have been in a position of reacting to those decisions that other people are making for us. And this 1,530.31 acres, the largest single undeveloped parcel in the town of Plymouth, with the highest point within a mile of the coast between a point in Georgia and a point in Maine, is a particularly interesting parcel to use to change the direction and the thinking of that in this community going forward. So, we believe it is important to the future of this community to acquire this parcel. We believe it's important to plan for that. We understand that this is a time where you just approved a budget with a tax increase to others that is significant. We are not unsympathetic to that. But this community has a history, a track record, if you will, of making excuses for not looking forward to our future. Back when the nuclear power plant first opened, and this problem was first created in some ways, we could have used the revenue there to invest in our infrastructure and our roads. We could have lived in a town that had paid for all those things already. And now we would be living in a community that had planned for its future. And we didn't do that. Instead, we kept the tax rate artificially low, made Plymouth even more appealing for other people to move into, and continued to invite other people to drain our services. That's a choice that was made a long time ago. We also, with the sewer that I mentioned earlier this morning, when the sewer exploded, it was brought up that at the time that that sewer that exploded was installed, a redundant pipe could have been installed for a little bit more money. But because it was cheaper not to install that redundant pipe, a redundant pipe was not installed. And then we couldn't keep up on it, and when it did explode, we were faced with the prospect of having to replace it for far more money. Those are just two examples, one in the past, one in the not too distant past, about how Plymouth has routinely not looked towards its future. There's always an excuse, always a reason not to plan for tomorrow because there is always a problem today. But if we start planning for tomorrow, we can get out ahead of these problems. If we start changing our thinking, start moving Plymouth forward, then we can control our own destiny in a way that we haven't done for over 400 years in this community. So we are asking you to put this $500,000 into this fund as the first step towards that direction. The Advisory and Finance Committee has a different position on this. I understand their perspective, that we're in a budgetary issue and that this is something that is a want and not a need. I disagree with that perspective. If we don't do this, we will regret it in the same way that we regret the decisions that were made in 1972. We will regret it in the same way we did when that sewer was installed. We will regret it when we didn't address our facilities in our fire departments, when we didn't address all the library roof, all these other issues that we let get worse and worse because it was easier to save a little money today than it was to plan for the future that we knew was coming. This is an opportunity to reverse that kind of thinking. This is an opportunity to have a legacy for ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren that's better because of the actions that we took today. I know it's hard. I know putting 500,000 after you just increased taxes is not a minor ask, but I think it's an important ask, and that's why I'm asking you to do that today. So please, I ask that you support Article 8B. Thank you.
Stephen Neerman is the chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And boy, you are one persuasive individual, Mr. Canty. Whew, you almost got me to change my mind.
But did you?
No, I didn't. The Advisory and Finance Committee rejects much of your arguments, and we actually recommend that town meeting not approve this article. It was 2 votes in favor, 12 votes against, and 0 abstentions. So let me give you just, and I'm not going to go on along, and I don't have charts for you. I'm just going to cut it right to the quick. To put it in context, our committee we saw this article in January, shortly after a joint joint budget meeting with the select board and the school board, and there's a lot of dire talk about budgets and shortfalls, and we're not paying our teachers enough, and this town just can't be giving away money. So this came before us like a week later, and our committee said, wait a minute, we got to draw the line now. We got to just draw the line and only fund things that are needed, and this is where it's going to be. So we just felt that $500,000 put away in a fund that already has $8.8 million that may or may not ever be used in the next 8-10 years was not a good use of today's money. And I could tell you, standing up here and watching the objections that you all have to certain things, $100,000 for a communications director, money for the harbor master. You all know that we need to tighten. This is $500,000, and I don't think, and our committee does not believe, that it's going to make or break the stabilization fund not funding it for a year. Doesn't mean we can't fund it next year, but we decided this is not a good use of the $500,000, and we could not support this.
Michael Hanlon, Precinct 15. We're debating Article 8B. Mr. Hanlon?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have a couple of questions, and then maybe a statement after we hear the answers.
Okay.
So, if I heard you correctly, Mr. Canty,
yes,
you're proposing really 2 things in this article.
That's right.
One is to appropriate $500,000, and the second part was to dedicate the 8.8 that's already in the fund to the sole purpose of purchasing the property.
I'm asking you to basically buy into that concept, correct? It's not part of the motion because you can't bind a future town meeting, but I'm trying to get you to buy into the concept of that so that in the future when me or a successor is trying to make a pitch that we use this money for that, it won't come as news to 162 people that we're planning to use this money for that purpose. Yes.
Okay. Second question, you suggested that the town and Holtec are going to embark on master planning. Or
yes.
Collaborate on master planning.
Right.
Do we have a time frame for when that master planning effort is going to take place?
So we've had some preliminary discussions with them about some of that. We're still in the early stages of the pilot, and candidly, we're in the most vulnerable period of the pilot. When we negotiated it, we believed that as the pilot progressed and we were able to put money into this fund over time, we'd be in a better bargaining position. Because right now, if this, in all candor, if this were to go on the market in its entirety right now, we don't have the money, we don't have the debt window in our other debt obligations to be able to purchase it. So what we want to do is keep putting money away towards it, getting our other financial house in order so that we are in a position where we can purchase that, and that we don't have the master plan completed yet either. We don't, I think, have the appraisal done yet either. We're at the beginning of this process. And as the process continues, we will be in a progressively stronger position, but only if we keep our eyes on the prize and our pedal to the metal in terms of planning for that future at each step. Not taking a year off, not taking a moment off.
Hanlon.
Okay. Thanks for those responses.
You're welcome.
I would like to remind people, I'm not in favor of this article. And I would like to remind
30 seconds.
I was on the Finance Committee many years ago when we put this in place. We put it in place to subsidize the general fund for the loss of revenue from Entergy, whoever it was at the time, through their pilot payments to the town. And so it was there to come back to the general fund if we needed it. We've been talking today about a shortfall in our budget. We've got an excess levy limit down to $2 million. Maybe next year we might want to tap into that fund, this fund, to take some money out to subsidize the general fund. But if it's all dedicated to buying the land, that's a totally different thing. I'm not saying it's not a bad thing to buy the land. It might be a good thing to buy the land. We haven't seen what the master plan is yet. So I'm in favor of putting the $500,000 in, but I'm not in favor of dedicating it to purchasing the property when we put that money in there for a different purpose. Thank you.
Nancy Davis, Precinct 2.
I had a technical question. Do you guys invest this money into some kind of funds, like, so that you can grow it with the market, or at least some of it?
Lynn Bear is the Director of Finance, responding to a question from Nancy Davis, Precinct 2.
We do invest it, so it's sort of in a diversified fund, about 52% fixed income, 30 some odd percent equities, and then the rest is in other money market and those types of things.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. And I applaud your visionary outlook on this. Thanks, Kevin.
Nathan Siegel,
Thank you.
Precinct 14. Mr. Siegel.
Thank you, Nate Siegel, Precinct 14. So, my household in particular, just like pretty much everyone in town, we're feeling the crunch financially. We have 2 kids in daycare. Groceries are more expensive. Gas is more expensive. Everything is more expensive. We just, approved a ton of spending. So I'm sympathetic to trying to save, but I would really, really hate to miss an opportunity like this. And I think Mr. Canty and the board has done a good job of explaining the vision, as the previous speaker just said, and being able to buy into something like that I think makes sense. So having cash just gives you flexibility, gives you the power to control your own destiny, as Mr. Canty said it. And the only way you accumulate that cash is by being diligent over time, putting in when you can, or not when you can, but being diligent and not taking the shortcut and putting Band-Aid on things and deciding not to do it. When that chart was low, I'm sure it was daunting, but over the years it's built up, and now we're in a really strong position. I think we should take the chance where we have it to continue putting into the piggy bank so that we have it when the time comes, and we're not sitting here saying, why didn't we do that? Now we're facing higher expenditures and taking on debt if and when we want to purchase that land. It gives us choices. If we decide not to purchase the land, we have a nice chunk of money to do something else with, which I'm sure there will be needs for, but gives us flexibility. We stay committed to the path that we're on, and not to look to take a shortcut or put a Band-Aid on things. So I am going to support it. Thank you.
Go to the back of the room. Yep.
Hi, Carmen Lee Frieri, Precinct 18. Did you say on one of your slides that there is no guarantee that we will purchase this land, or we could purchase this land?
So there's no guarantee that Holtec would, as part of the pilot, there's no guarantee that they would put it on the market during the 8 years pendency of the pilot. We're still going to use that 8 years, even if they didn't, to build up this fund and put ourselves in a more competitive position. We are confident that they are going to try and sell it eventually. The pilot was just about a payment in lieu of taxes and some credits, and didn't guarantee that they would sell it during that time. In the event that they didn't sell it during the 8 years, we would lose the $3 million credit. We would have bought ourselves 8 years of runway to get our other financial house in order and to put money aside and towards this fund for the purchase. So we think that even in that type of a scenario, it's still beneficial for us to have that 8-year runway to prepare for this, because it's going to take some time. It's going to take some effort to put ourselves in a position where we can make a competitive offer on the entirety of the parcel, if that's what we want to do. And a future town meeting would be voting on whether to buy the parcel or a part of the parcel or not. So you're not committing to buying the parcel today. You're committing to putting that money aside, and I'd like sort of an understanding amongst ourselves that we're intending for the money in that fund to be dedicated for that. But if we, at a future town meeting, decided not to buy it, or if the town decided because of who was interested in buying it and it was consistent with the master plan that we saw that it wasn't a good use of public funds, in that situation, maybe it wouldn't even come before you. But we envision that we are going to want to buy it when it comes onto the market, whether it's during that 8 years or after it.
Mr. LaFiore?
So, Mr. Kidd, did you know what a right of first refusal is?
I do.
Can you explain that?
So right of first refusal, if it comes up, you have if they're trying to put it on the market, we have the ability to match an offer that is made on that particular parcel.
And do we have that?
We have a 270-day right of first refusal on the land under the pilot during that 8 years. After the 8 years, if the land is still in Chapter 61 forestry status, it would revert without any further pilot, which we think they would probably negotiate another pilot, but let's say they didn't, it would revert back to the 120-day right of first refusal that Chapter 61 creates statutorily.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And behind you, continue.
Ken Stone, Precinct 16. One of the reasons we're in this financial bind is because of the rapid expansion of housing in the town that's a drain on our resources versus creating revenue. And the other complaint has been that we haven't done enough to increase our commercial revenue. Buying into this project addresses both of those issues. There already are realtors who are looking at that land and thinking about development on that. And that's the last thing we need in terms of our tax base. So we are hurting now. We are trying to control our budget, but I do appreciate the idea of thinking about the future and trying to contain costs by doing things like this. There are also plans that have been proposed for tourism, ecotourism on this land that would bring in more revenue. If there was commercial property developed, I believe that would be solely along Powerhouse Road. And finally, I believe that the town has already been looking at grants to supplement this, to bring it up to that $35,000-50,000. I believe Mr. Brandisi mentioned at least one grant that was being looked at as a potential that would bring in approximately $20 million. So I think this is an example of using foresight, and in the long run, it'll probably save us much more than it'll cost us. So I would be in favor of this.
Virginia Davis, Precinct 4, Michael Bobini, Precinct 3. We're debating Article 8B. Virginia Davis.
Virginia Davis, Precinct 4. I've lived in this town all my life, and thinking about this land not being developed or being just broken up into parcels. If you can imagine from Rocky Hill Road into the heart of Chiltonville, like where there's deep woods now, could be developed with all kinds of things. Whereas if we have a part in it and it's part of our master plan, it's looking towards the future. It kind of reminds me, like we just talked about, when we wanted to save money and so we didn't fix the fire station. As you've said, in the past, Plymouth is great at shooting itself in the foot. This is a way of looking forward. So I hope people will think about that. I'm going to vote for this. Thank you.
Michael Bobini, Precinct 3, followed by Mr. Bobini.
Thank you, Ms. Moria. Kevin, quick question. As you said, there's a chance we may never buy this land.
Right.
Although we all want to. The question I have is, we will be, over this period of time that we're negotiating or waiting for something to happen there will be costs involved with this process. You talk about ongoing appraisals. We're talking about master planning. I guess I think it'd be prudent if those kind of costs would be also funded through this budget. In other words, just keep it with the land. So as we progress through the process, instead of taking money out of the general fund where it's coming from, if we could use this as part of the cost to carry the land through the process. I don't know if you've thought about that, but I think it'd be a good use of that money as well.
So those sort of costs would be, the initial cost of the appraisal would be a capital item, most likely, and then it would be updated annually, which would be a much lower cost to keep it updated annually. The master planning, even though it's 1,530.31 acres, the largest single undeveloped parcel in the town of Plymouth, it's still a relatively small parcel to be master planning in the grand scheme of things compared to an entire town. So we don't think there'd be a tremendous amount of costs associated with that aspect of it. And because Holtec would be doing some of the work with us too, obviously they'd be bearing some of those costs. So we could talk about utilizing some of this funding for that, but I think the relative costs outside of that would be somewhat small, and it wouldn't be that much to have it just be a regular capital item for that appraisal and the annual updates. And the other thing I think would probably be covered by operating expenses in the planning department, operating budget item in terms of the master plan. I understand your thinking, but we're trying to put as much money into this fund as we can. We'll be transparent about the things that we're spending the money on outside the fund in furtherance of this greater effort, but we don't want to be putting money in and taking money out. We want to be putting money in the piggy bank, keeping it in the piggy bank for this specific purchase. That's our current thinking.
Okay.
Ronald Riley, Precinct 13, Donna Curtin, Precinct 3. Mr. Riley.
Ron Riley, Precinct 13. I'd like to thank Mr. Hanlon for bringing forward why this was originated. So if and when we decide to purchase some of this land, all of this land, in today's CPC, we have almost $15 million we're voting on. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for CPC money to purchase this land and leave it conservation or whatnot? And then also, another avenue is, isn't the town hall almost paid off, another 6 years or so? We borrowed $32 million, $35 million for that. Isn't that something for our meals tax to go to?
So a couple things with that. So CPC is something that we could apply for the portions of the parcel that we wanted to have in conservation status. The thing, though, with CPC conservation land is you can't do anything with that land other than make like modest improvements for access, like building a parking lot or something like that for people to take a walking tour of the land or maintaining a trail. So you can't put like water infrastructure, electric infrastructure, sewer infrastructure, anything like that through that type of land. So buying a large parcel like this entirely with CPC funds, number one, CPC couldn't afford that right now because they're bringing in about $4 million a year, and that's, so if it were $50 million, they wouldn't have that even if they were borrowing for that to do the entire parcel. But those types of restrictions are kind of some of the strings that we're talking about. So I do anticipate that as part of a collective effort to buy it, depending on when it comes about, we probably, for the areas of the land that we want to preserve, there would be an application to the CPC for those. But the more of it that we can have, the important thing is the more of it that we can have in cash for a cash purchase, the more options we have with that land in the present when we buy it and in the future going forward, because CPC preservation restrictions, conservation restrictions are airtight and long-lasting. Now, the other question that you asked about the meals tax. So the meals tax, there was a modification to that proposed and approved by town meeting to expand it to be used for some other items after the town hall. The thinking was after the town hall was paid off. But that's for the maintenance, construction, and rehabilitation of specific designated municipal facilities, not for general land purchases. So we'd have to further modify the meals tax in order to use it for the purchase of something like this.
So you're mentioning this could be used for building. You're talking about sewer and whatnot on this land. So you're thinking of building, whether it's we sell the land for someone to build on it, or we're building our own properties on it, which this town hall, the meals tax would then be.
I don't know that we're going to build municipal buildings on it, but you can't put in, my point there was you can't put any infrastructure through the land. So obviously pipes need to go through land, sewers, electricity, that needs to go through land. Roads need to go through land, right? So that's what I'm talking about. Whether it's on the land, servicing the land, or whether it's leading through it, those types of restrictions would be put on it that would prohibit that if it were entirely purchased with CPC conservation funds.
Thank you, Donna Curtin.
Donna Curtin, Precinct 3. I just want to be absolutely clear on what I'm voting on here, because we're spending a lot of time discussing a concept
Yes.
that Mr. Canty wants us to begin to move towards.
Correct.
But we do not have anything concrete in this actual article as to our approval or disapproval of that concept. What we are voting on is whether or not we feel it is prudent at this time to set aside an amount of money into this fund, which might be used for many different purposes at the will of town meeting at some future point. And I would like confirmation and clarification that that is indeed the case. Now, I have a lot of sympathy for the direction and the concept that is being proposed today, but I want to vote on something today as to whether or not I think it's a good idea at this point in time for us to set aside $500,000 in funding towards whatever future purpose we may decide to designate with the use of this fund. And I feel that it is prudent for us to think about what our community might be facing in the uncertain world that we are in over the next 2 or 3 years. And saving now, to me, is a sensible thing to do, and I'm going to be voting in favor of this. However, if my vote is taken as support for a concept to purchase this land, which I do agree with in the long run as a good way to go, but today I cannot commit to something that is vague with no details, and we don't know whether or not it's actually going to happen.
Mhm.
So my question to you, Mr. Canty, is, your concept aside,
Yes.
is there a reason to vote yes for this project?
Yes, so the only thing you're actually voting on today is putting $500,000 in the fund. I would just like there to be, as part of the conversation, the intention being what we'd like to see the money that's in that fund used for as part of this purchase. You cannot bind a future town meeting. So another town meeting could choose to do whatever they want with that fund within the established uses of that fund, including what Mr. Hanlon was talking about, subsidizing the tax rate in the future, using it for capital items or something like that. As long as it's permissible within the use of the stabilization fund, you could do so. I just know that for years there's been conversations from different groups that are convinced, they know exactly what it was made for. And if you talk to different groups, they are convinced about different things. So I'd like us to start getting on the same page about this, because it's a pot of money we could use for this particular purchase.
30 seconds.
Donna is correct that the only thing you are actually voting on today in the motion is to put $500,000 into the fund for a future use of a permissible use of that fund. That's all you're being bound by here.
Lee Hartman is Director of Planning and Development. Welcome, Lee Hartman, on Article 8B. Mr. Hartman.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Just want to point out that we, with the Town Manager's Office and the Old Colony Planning Council, have applied for a $335,000 grant from the federal government to have them pay for the master plan through what's called EDA. We have the unique designation as a post-nuclear community, which ranks us very high for these grants. So again, I think we have a very good chance of receiving this grant, and we're hoping in the near future to hear that we have that grant to start the master plan process.
Further discussion on Article 8B? Yes, Mr. Mason, did you care to be heard?
I was going to move the question, but if there's no debate.
Okay, we're going to move to the vote on Article 8B unless somebody else wants to speak. When the light goes on, you'll begin voting on Article 8B, which is the Nuclear Stabilization Fund. It is a motion from the Select Board, the main motion for Article 8B. When the light goes on, you can begin voting now. Again, we have some people who voted early who are here. Precinct 2 member. Article 8B, the light is on. You have 20 seconds in which to vote. And town meeting will then continue with Article 9, which would be the capital projects. And we have a number of motions under Article 9. We're currently under Article 8B, the motion for the stabilization fund. The voting has concluded. And at this time, we'll have the total vote shown on the screen and once we get the total vote from OTI, we're going to show it up on the screen for everybody to see. And the total vote is 118 yes, 28 no, 4 abstentions. It carries. And we're going to move on.
Thank you.
While we go through to Article 9. Now, under Article 9, we have two groups, the A group and the B group. The A group is a majority vote, the B group will be 2/3. The A group, we have a number of motions to divide. I accepted the motions for purpose of convenience, and they're shown in your book. I have one additional one that was not previously in your book and one that's in your book that's modified. We're going to go through them. We're going to vote the individual motions up or down and then vote the remaining items. So we're going to begin with Article 9A17. Mr. Neerman moves the town vote to appropriate $125,692 as shown in the table above for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, $125,692 should be transferred from free cash. Mr. Neerman on Article 9A17.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 9. The town manager recommended funding $33,778,688 worth of capital items requested for fiscal year 2025. The Advisory and Finance Committee agrees with this recommendation and funding sources as follows: $9,126,626 from free cash, $1.5 million raise and appropriate from levy, $89,873 from the Fire Prevention Revolving Fund, $100,000 from the Recreation Revolving Fund, $215,000 from the Waterways Fund, $13,552,800 from borrowing, $1,471,000 from Sewer Enterprise Fund retained earnings, $123,389 from the Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings, $380,000 from the Airport Enterprise Fund retained earnings, and $7,220,000 from airport grants that do not require town meeting appropriation. See pages 25 to 26 for the capital improvement spreadsheet.
And that is the overview of all of Article 9. We are going to go to Article 9A17, which is the purchase of a school bus. I'd like to call on George McKay, Precinct 8, who wishes to be heard on this particular item. We do have people from the school department available to answer questions, including Dr. Christopher Campbell, the school superintendent, and Dr. Adam Blaisdell, the school business manager. Welcome, George McKay.
Yeah, thank you, George McKay, Precinct 8. I know in the school presentation they talked a lot about the transportation cost, and the transportation cost is really a significant portion of the school budget. Following the presentation, there was a lot of questions of what they might do, either working independently or with the state, to reduce those transportation costs. Other towns are facing the same problem with their transportation costs. Following the presentations of the article of the school budget, they talked to the select board, and the select board and the school committee agreed that they would address the transportation cost to see if they could lower them. Part of the problem is that all towns and cities have the same transportation cost issues, and a lot of them are taking a look at how we solve the problem. Some of the towns and cities have said, let's get in the transportation cost business. Let's buy buses and really do it well and lower the cost. Some places have done that successfully, and some places have done it terribly. My point I'm trying to get to is we have a motion on the table to buy a $125,000 school bus. I think it's a little bit premature. If we go through the exercise and say we're going to be in the school bus business, then I think this is appropriate. If we go through the exercise to reduce costs of transportation and we say to ourselves, oh, we don't want to be in the school bus business, we want to hire other people to do the school busing for us. So I'm saying, why don't we wait a year until we see what the school is going to do? If we're going to be in the school bus business, let's buy this bus when we buy the other 50 school buses. and get a decent price. In the meantime, let's go to the people that supply us school bus transportation, and for 1 year, include this in that. And that's my only comment.
Thank you, George McKay, Precinct 8. We'll go to Dr. Christopher Campbell. He's the Plymouth Schools Superintendent.
Good
Welcome,
afternoon.
Dr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon. Chris Campbell, Superintendent of Schools. To your question, Mr. McKay, yes, we are under contract with First Student for our tiered buses. We run approximately 65 buses in the morning and in the afternoon that takes our students to school. What a lot of people don't understand is we also own 15 buses. These buses help to transport students to our agricultural schools, MAP Academy, our alternative school, our athletics, and field trips. Those are not under contract. Those are separate. These buses, of the 15 buses, we have 15 buses and 5 are over 10 years old, 6 that have between 101 and 157,000 miles on them. We try to repair them as best we can. But by having these buses for, again, not for our general yellow transportation that you see in the mornings and the afternoon, but for our athletics, MAP Academy, our field trips, etc., we're actually avoiding a lot of spending. You may recall I have mentioned that we purchased 3 buses through our ESSER grants a couple of years ago. By doing so, we actually were able to take over, because the contract ended, and take over MAP Academy, and that cost avoidance of $175,000 a year annually. So we're saving money by investing slowly in those buses. In addition, by doing this and having these buses that are readily available and not breaking down, we also are saving right now currently about $80,000 annually for athletic transportation and field trips, which we otherwise would be, again, contracting out. When we contract out, we're spending almost double for those buses than we would on a daily rate internally. We do continue, though, however, to address transportation. I've spoken to many people, had the pleasure of speaking to many people about this in our caucuses, and we continue to look at collaborative purchasing, not necessarily for our yellow buses right now, but looking at our special education transportation, our homeless transportation, and other things. We're also looking at taking over some of our routes, which we've done, and we've saved some money. And we continue to look to see if the state can help us with some reform in terms of the incurred costs that we're seeing from that. So while we're doing 2 things simultaneously. We're trying to address the larger issue of our general transportation, but these buses and this one particular bus will help us to continue doing what we're doing internally, which ultimately saves us approximately $220,000 annually by not contracting out.
Any further discussion on this item A17? If not, we're going to move to a vote. You're voting on Article 9A17. It's a majority vote. When the light goes on, you'll vote on Article 9A17, purchase of a school bus. Town meeting will have the opportunity to vote now. The light is on, and you can vote. Thereafter, we'll be moving to the next item, which will be item A33. Currently, we're voting on item A17. It's a majority vote. It is under Article 9 from the annual town meeting warrant. Coming to you live on Saturday, April 6th from Plymouth North High School. We're in the afternoon session of our annual spring town meeting. We are voting in person and remotely. We are using the services of OTI Technologies, and we have an opportunity to combine the votes of the in-person and the remotely participating town meeting members. We have now completed the vote, and yes, thank you. And the vote is 140 yes, no 5, abstentions 2. It carries. And next we're going to move to Article 9, A24. A24 is in your book. It's to replace 3 2007 6-wheel dump trucks. And we have a motion from Mr. Neerman. The town vote to appropriate $1,025,010 as shown in the table for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto. And at this time, I'd like to call Frank O'Brien for Precinct 11 to speak in connection with this item. Welcome, Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Frank O'Brien, Precinct 11. Just have the DPW manager come up and explain to us the condition of the 3 trucks and why it's going to cost us $1 million to replace them.
William Coyle is the Director, Department of Public Works, responding to a question from Frank O'Brien. Mr. Coyle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. These 3 6-wheel dump trucks were purchased in 2007, so they are now 17 years old. If approved, the funding would become available in July. Trucks of this nature take about 1.5 years for us to acquire, so by the time we actually get these trucks, they will be about 19 years old. We currently have a 2003 10-wheel dump truck with rotted out frame rails. These trucks only last so long. My concern is that as these trucks get older, they break down, they cost more to repair than they're worth keeping. So, for example, the one 10-wheeler that we took out of service, it would probably cost about $80,000 to repair, and that's a 2003 truck. So obviously, clearly, it's not worth repairing. So we're trying to replace these trucks. And I pointed out in one of the previous meetings that we're also looking to develop a 20-year plan, so that we're not looking at replacing this many trucks at one time and spreading out the cost of these significant truck replacement costs over time and not burden the town 1 year like this. Thank you.
Stephen Leyden, Precinct 17.
Stephen Leyden, Precinct 17. I am on the Capital Expenditure Committee, and these trucks have been on the list to be replaced for the last 2, 3, 4 years, and they haven't been replaced. I've sat there with the committee for hours, and the DPWs come in, and I can't tell you how bad these trucks are. They had pictures of some of them, and the committee is, we're more familiar than other town meeting members because we sit and we listen to them, and they explain to us how bad the trucks are. If we don't do something, what's going to happen is we're going to end up with truck drivers with no trucks because the trucks are really that bad. They're dangerous, and I sure as hell wouldn't want to drive them. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? We're debating Article 9A24. Dale Weber, Precinct 3. Mr.
Thank
Weber.
you, Mr. Moderator. Dale Weber, Precinct 3. I want to follow up on Mr. Leyden's comments about having drivers without trucks. I think that's what you said, drivers without trucks. Right. Drivers with no trucks. What we have now is trucks with no drivers. So it's a big deal. We have more vehicles than we have men. And I would invite any of you to drive through the DPW facility at any given day and see the trucks that are parked because we don't have drivers. And we don't have drivers because of a number of issues. Number one, because we have 20 positions in the DPW that are vacant. Some of those are drivers. And we also are under a new federal mandate that makes it difficult for us to retain and recruit drivers. There are new strict federal regulations, and I'm fearful that in the very near future, when our aging workforce retires and moves on, we're not going to have a pool of drivers with commercial driver's licenses because of these new requirements. And we're just not going to have the workforce to put drivers in the seats. So Mr. Coyle just got up here and he spoke about, I thought the issue we were discussing was 3 6-wheel dump trucks for $1 million, and Mr. Coyle spoke about the 10-wheeler dump trucks, that's item A23 just ahead of it. And then underneath that is A25 and A26 is 2 more dump trucks. My question is, and this goes to Mr. Brindisi's earlier comment about transparency and that the government in Plymouth is more transparent than anything. What I want to ask is, the school department is also looking for a dump truck. It's listed as the same dump truck as the town is looking for, the DPW. The school department's dump truck costs $108,741. It is a four-wheel drive.
30 seconds.
It is complete with a snowplow and lights. But the town highway department's truck costs $140,000. So it's a $30,000 discrepancy in the price, and I'd like to know why that is. I'm looking for an answer from Mr. Coyle as to why his one-ton dump trucks, his Ford 350s cost $140,400, and the school department's cost $108,741. And I'm also not in favor of purchasing these trucks because we don't have drivers to sit in the seats.
Thank you. William Coyle is Director of Department of Public Works. Mr. Coyle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll answer both the questions. One, we build in a 20% contingency on all our trucks. I'm not sure how the school department has their estimates prepared, but I could say the 108 might be close to what a truck would cost, but once you build in the contingency, obviously it's going to be another 20 plus $1,000 on top of that. In terms of not having the staff, I can tell you that when that comment had been made to me previously, I did check with the highway manager just to verify that, in particular during a snowstorm, every truck that we have goes out. So if these trucks are not replaced, you take a six-wheel dump truck, that goes down, you can't just send out one F-350 to take its place. Most likely you're gonna need two pickup trucks to take its place because it's obviously a much larger plow. So the truck goes down, then we need even more people. Instead of one person plowing, I need two people to plow. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Article 9A24. If not, we're going to take a vote. It is to replace 3 2007 six-wheel dump trucks. When the light goes on, you'll vote on Article 9A24. It is a majority vote, and town meeting is in the spring annual town meeting warrant. You can vote now. Town meeting is now voting. We're voting in person. They're voting remotely, and we're using the support of OTI technology to tabulate the voting. We will then move to Article 9A33, which is not shown in your book, but that will be the next item that we will take separately. Item Article 9A24 is the current motion, and once we complete the voting, we'll get the total on the current motion for Article 9A24. It is a motion to replace 3 2007 six-wheel dump trucks, and we'll get the totals of the town meeting members, which 117 yes, no 29, 2 abstentions. It carries. As we go through the precincts, we're going to now look at Article 9A33. It is DPW Cemetery. It is to replace pickup truck number 73 with another vehicle, and it is for $135,534. Geraldine Williams, Precinct 8, on Article 9A33.
Hello, Jerry Williams, Precinct 8. In looking up this article, I realized that I seemed familiar that we had recently bought dump trucks for the DPW, so I checked, and in 2021, we purchased 2 trucks, 2 pickup trucks. And when then I looked at the actual request for this article, for this request for this truck, what they're replacing is one of these 2021 dump trucks. And I don't understand why we would be replacing a truck that's only 3 years old. And I'd just like an answer to that before I authorize spending another $135,000 for another dump truck for the cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane McGuire is the cemetery superintendent. Welcome, Diane McGuire.
Yes, good afternoon. That's actually from an earlier edition of the request, and it's not the 2021 dump truck, it's a 2012. So that is an error.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article 9A24? If not, we're going to take a vote. When the light goes on, you can vote on Article A33. Article 9A33, it is the DPW cemetery truck, and it is $135,534. Article 9A33. And so once the light goes on, we can begin voting again. Precinct 16, town meeting member here came on to speak on the motion. You can now vote. The light is on, and you will vote for as long as the light is on. You have 20 seconds. Town meeting, this is the majority vote on this particular item. And following this, we will move to Article 9A38, which is the master plan for Forges Field. And so you're currently voting on item A33. It is a majority vote for A33, $135,534. We'll now have the total vote from town meeting. 128 say yes, 17 say no, 1 abstentions. It carries. The record will be shown on the screen while we read into the record Article 9A38. And Mr. Neerman moves the town vote to appropriate $250,000 as shown in the table for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, $100,000 shall be transferred from the Recreation Revolving Fund, $150,000 shall be transferred from free cash. I'm going to invite Lori Downs from Precinct 17 to join us. Welcome, Lori Downs.
Hi, Lori Downs, Precinct 17. I had pulled out the master plan for Forges Field because it feels like that's a need. It feels like it's a want, not a need at this time given our current fiscal constraints, and I'd like to understand how this is a need.
Ann Slusser is the Recreation Director for the town of Plymouth, and we invite Ann Slusser to come forward and respond to the master plan for Forges Field, which is Article 9A38, a request from Lori Downs. She is a town meeting member from Precinct 17. Following this particular article, we'll be taking a brief 1-minute recess. Ann Slusser.
Hi, so the master plan for Forges is to fully understand what that complex can handle. We've had a couple of things that have been built into that park. There's a dog park that wants to go into it. So instead of piecemealing the park, this will help us understand everything that we can fit in there, and also to understand what the public would like in that park as well.
Any further questions? Stephen Lydon, Precinct 17, followed by Everett Malaguti. Please come forward. Mr. Lydon.
Steve Lydon, Precinct 17. If you want to know why you need a master plan for Forges Field, go Sunday morning when they have the soccer camps for the kids. They have about 5 or 6, 8 teams on one soccer field. They need to have a plan to expand this because they're running out of room for the kids. It's crazy with all, I don't know how they do it with all those kids running around. And with the dog park going in, they need to have it someplace where it's safe for the kids and safe for the animals, because the animals, you don't want them to be upset by a bunch of kids running around kicking soccer balls.
Everett Malaguti, Precinct 2. We're debating Article 9A38. Mr. Malaguti.
Everett Malaguti, Precinct 2. I just have a question, and I know this is a holistic plan that we're looking at. Is this building off of either the original plan or a subset of the plan that built what's already existing there, and even refining some of those areas that are existing right now?
And who would like to respond to Everett Malaguti? Derek Brandisi is our town manager. Derek Brandisi.
Good afternoon, Derek Brandisi, town manager. So as Ms. Slusser pointed out, and what we talked a lot about today is really taking a step back in all the work that we do and really come up with the strategic plans, whether it's Holtec, and in this conversation, Forges Field. So Ann and I had a conversation a little over a year and a half ago when we were approached about building another ball field. And then we were also approached about building a dog park. And what her and I had a conversation about was like, let's take a step back and let's realize what is Forges Field, what's its full potential. Instead of, as she pointed out, piecemealing this, we want to look at a 40,000-foot level and master plan this and identify what the community needs are, what are the youth sports needs, and then lay that out appropriately. And then once we have that plan, then we can come back at a future time to then resource that plan and build a complex that'll meet the needs for our youth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
Thank you. I'm fully supportive of this item on the agenda. I just wanted to make sure that it was going to be a holistic review, not just the expansion of what's not developed, but also if there are needs of the facilities that exist right now on the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, we're going to move to Article 9A38. We'll vote when the light goes on. It's a majority vote. It's Article 9A38, the master plan for Forges Field. Town meeting will be voting on this item separately, and you're voting now. You're voting now on Article 9A38, and following this, we'll be taking a brief recess. It will have been 2 hours. We're going to recess for 1 minute. But first, we're going to take the vote. So this is on Article 9A38, and it's the master plan for Forges Field, and you're moving through the town meeting warrant for the spring annual town meeting, and we're going to continue with the afternoon session, and the light is off. The total, 133 yes, no 11, 0 abstentions. It is 2:53. We are in recess for 1 minute.
Ready? You can take this if you want to read off my copy.
Wait a minute, let me just do this. I got to do the time. Oh, yikes. Okay,
So, because we pulled it out up here.
I did that.
Did you change all of that?
I did, yeah, let me see.
Okay, you're the best.
The best.
I'll be happy to help. You're welcome. Who are you, by the way? John Hammond? We met at a conference last week. On the finance committee.
Welcome everybody back to this second afternoon session of the town meeting, and we're continuing with Article 9A45. The motion is for the runway 624 in taxiway extension. Mr. Neerman moves that the town vote to appropriate $380,000 as shown in the table above for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, $380,000 shall be transferred from the airport retained earnings. And at this time, the majority vote, and Mr. Neerman he's previously given his overview for Article 9, and so we're going to begin now with the discussion. Was there any presentation from the airport, or was it going to be just answering questions? I don't see them, so answering questions, thank you. Then we're going to begin with town meeting member Michael Withington, Precinct 15. Mr. Withington, did you want to be heard? I don't see him, so I'm going to go to, we're going to bring in Michael Withington as a remote participant. He is participating remotely. He's a panelist, and so we're going to be inviting him. We're going to first recognize town meeting members, and then we'll be recognizing residents. And I'll call on the residents after we recognize all town meeting members who want to speak. While we're waiting to bring him in, I suppose we can go with Frank O'Brien. Frank O'Brien, Precinct 11, welcome. Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Frank O'Brien, Precinct 11. Just like the proponent of this article to tell us about this particular project and how and if it benefits the town of Plymouth and the residents of West Plymouth.
Thank you. We have, I know Kenneth Fosdick was here from the Airport Commission. We also have Matthew Cardillo, he's the airport manager. Mr. Cardillo, please come forward and respond to Frank O'Brien, Precinct 11. Mr. Cardillo.
The question again, sir? Sorry, I was walking in when you asked.
To explain the project.
Yep, just to explain.
So this is the culmination of two other articles over the past couple of years regarding a master plan update that we did starting about 2 years ago, which resulted in a runway extension or the ability to do a runway extension. And then we had the master plan update. We had the, environmental assessment, which went through town meeting, as well as the design and permitting, which was in the last town meeting. So this is just for the construction It's our 5% share of a $7.6 million project that's funded 90% by the FAA, 5% by the MassDOT Aeronautics Division, and then 5% by the local sponsor being the airport, and it's all from, excuse me, airport retained earnings, $380,000.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. O'Brien? Thank you. We're going to go to Michael Withington, Precinct 15. He's participating remotely. Mr. Withington, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, fellow town meeting members, Finance Committee, and all participants. Appreciate your time, efforts, and energy. I am going to be voting against this particular article, not because I'm afraid of progress, but I'm afraid of a process. It seems that it was brought to my attention that an environmental impact study was not done on this particular project. So I would not be against the project, but the process, I'd like to have the environmental impact study done first, as most flight plans are plans for any kind of emergencies. I'd like to know the pathway of Plymouth going forward for the runway extension. So I urge my fellow town meeting members to delay funding for this, but only until the environmental impact study is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Withington. Kenneth Fosdick is the chair of the Airport Commission. Welcome, Kenneth Fosdick.
Mr. Moderator, I'm sorry I didn't make the 1 minute
Go ahead.
limit there, but to address that exact question, part of this FAA master planning process is that we go through all the environmental requirements, both state and federal. We are in the process of doing that. There's been a delay because there's now changes to the Massachusetts environmental procedures. So we will meet all of the law and it's intended, how it was intended to be done. So that, to speak to that issue, before this can go forward, all of those permits have to be gained. And we have been in the process of doing this for 2 years. I would also just add, for enlightenment, that there was some concerns in the neighborhood, in the country, about PFAS, these forever chemicals. We have never used those at the Plymouth Airport. They're not here, they've never been used, and they won't be. We're 750 acres approximately, that we have no septic systems on the airport. We have a wastewater treatment plant that meets federal and state requirements, and it is in the process of being updated currently.
30 seconds. Kenneth Kessel, are you all set?
Okay.
Kenneth Kessel, Precinct 11. Mr. Kessel.
Kenneth Kessel, Precinct 11. So I'll just preface this by saying I am a private pilot. I actually used to fly a lot out of Plymouth back in the day. But what I'm against mostly with this expansion is, and Mr. Canty summed it up by saying, small steps add up. And what they're doing is these small steps, first they elongate the other runway. Now they elongate this runway. Then they'll elongate the taxiways. They'll make them thicker. They'll bring in much bigger aircraft. And our life that we all love here in Plymouth is going to slowly dissipate. Because if any of you have flown into Providence Airport on a nice summer's day, and you look out the window of the airplane, you know what you see? You see people in their backyards trying to enjoy life, and that is slowly being taken from us as these much larger jets come in. And I don't know if any of you have seen the size of these jets, but they're big. And the bigger ones are going to have a much longer flight path. So if they're not over your house now, they will be. Most of us don't care about the little planes. We knew what we were moving into. We moved in near an airport. We get it. Helicopters, no problem. They're saving lives. We get it. But these little steps that they're taking, little by little, making this airport bigger and bigger, it's going to affect all of us. It's going to affect the life that we love and enjoy about Plymouth. So just keep that in mind every time these airport things come up for vote. And I implore you to vote against them. And keep your thumb on all the future expansion. Thank you.
Tricia Edelman, Precinct 12.
I'd like the question addressed about why the neighborhood community was not included in any hearings and why we haven't heard about the impact on the neighborhood. Thank you.
Kenneth Fosdick, do you care to respond?
Sure. We started this program approximately 2.5 years ago. We went to the select board in Plymouth. We announced the program and how we were going to go about it. We went to the Carver Select Board, did the same thing. We met with the West Plymouth Steering Committee. We talked with the South Meadow Village at their annual meeting. We then had 3 meetings at Plymouth Airport where we discussed some of the alternatives that our engineers had presented to us. We have just recently announced, we had 2 meetings that were about the environmental protection and where we stood with that process. And so we broadcast as much as we possibly can. I'm sorry that perhaps some people didn't hear about it. I will address the noise issue in a second. But the issue of the creeping of the airport, we are, not the technicalities, we are a B2 airport. That limits the size of the airplanes that can come in there. It limits it by weight, by wingspan, by approach speeds. It also limits the fact that we cannot have commercial scheduled airlines there. So we have been that category for some 30 plus years since the categories were developed, and we have no intention of changing that. We are asked when we do one of these master plans to make safety adjustments. Just like when when airbags were added to cars, the FAA asks us, what can we do for the airplanes that are currently using the airport, what can we do to improve the safety of those operations? That's what the 350 feet is all about. We have no intention of having bigger, heavier airplanes coming to the airport.
Thank you. Margaret Sheehan. Margaret Sheehan is a Plymouth resident. Ms. Sheehan? We usually hear the gentleman. I didn't see Ms. Cavaco before. We'll defer to her first. Betty Cavaco, town meeting member, to be followed by Margaret Sheehan. Thank you.
I'd like to move the question.
And that takes priority. Motion to close debate. Thank you. And if you do, and in the future, just get up and rise if you're going to make a procedural motion. So that takes precedent. Motion to close debate. So at this time, I'd like to ask anyone in the room who cares to still speak, please just stand so town meeting can recognize you. Thank you. So for those remotely, we have 4 people in the room standing who still want to speak. All right, town meeting now. When the light goes on, you can vote, and you can be seated. You can now vote as to whether to close debate on Article 9A45. It's a 2/3 vote. You can vote now. Town meeting is voting as to whether to close debate. It's a procedural motion. It is not debatable. We only ask that people rise so that we at least know if there's anybody who still wants to speak, but we don't debate a motion to close debate. Rather, we let town meeting decide. It is not a majority, it is a 2/3 vote in order to close the debate. Town meeting had 20 seconds in which to vote on this. And we're waiting for the light to be able to vote on whether to close debate. We've had it, and we're waiting for the results. And we're going to get the results from OTI Technology. And once we get the results, we'll know whether we're going to continue debating. 49 say yes, 97 say no, 1 abstention. We're going to continue with the debate. And again, I'm going to call on Margaret Sheehan, followed by Stephen, and I may not pronounce the name right, Lantagni. I'm being told by the town clerk that I'm going to ask whether or not the first speaker, Margaret Sheehan, are you a Plymouth resident?
I'm not a Plymouth resident. I am a Plymouth taxpayer, and I own property here, and I am a Plymouth native who does work in the area. I would like to defer.
Plymouth taxpayer, you can speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. I had planned to see if the residents wanted to speak first, but I'll go ahead since you have me
I
here.
recognized you first. You contacted me first. Please proceed. Thank you.
I did go to high school here in this very building when it was called Plymouth Carver High School. I've worked on environmental protection issues in the town since the 1970s when I put a no nuke sign on my parents' front lawn on Warren Ave. So to step back, as Mr. Brindisi stated, planning and looking forward, and how did we get to this point with a lot of these projects in town? The airport is one of those. It has expanded, perhaps without the type of oversight that people would have liked, and now we have many hundreds of homes, including environmental justice communities, near the airport. And you will hear from residents who have unacceptable air, noise, and vibration pollution that interrupts their ability to enjoy their homes and impacts the real estate values of their homes. So before this vote is taken, we urge you to vote no until their concerns are addressed and until the state and federal environmental studies are done. I'm an environmental lawyer. I've been advising the residents on the environmental impact studies. The US EPA in January of 2024 ordered the airport to do a study of the environmental impacts and the potential damage to the sole source aquifer that is the sole source aquifer that serves 7 towns and 200,000 people, and it is very vulnerable to contamination. And it was a major oversight of the airport's consultants to not study that aquifer. So that's where we are today. And there will be many months before that study of the aquifer is done. And there have been over 1,000 letters sent to the select board and to other officials from concerned residents and supporters asking them to address the air, noise, and vibration pollution from the airport as it is currently operating and the threat to the groundwater. The federal furnace well is only a few hundred feet away from the airport, and all of those issues and the residents' concerns should be addressed before this money is allocated for the airport. We won't be able to enjoy the quality of life. I have a home near Miles Standish State Forest.
30 seconds.
And Miles Standish State Forest is also impacted by the airport operations. That is a potential source of ecotourism for the community and for the town. And there is no proven economic benefit to Plymouth residents from the expansion of the airport. Thank you. Vote no until the environmental study is done.
Stephen Lintagny, followed by Betty Cavaco. Mr. Lintagny, please come forward to the microphone.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Steve Lantang, Precinct 10. My family's been a neighbor of the airport for 37 years while it was still gliders and little planes. And now I'd like you all to come by and experience some sunny afternoon, the low flying planes, the repetitiveness of these planes going over and over your backyard, the increased jet noise, and the pollution concerns. And above it all, it has increased over the years, despite what they say. We've lived there. We lived there for 37 years. We know it changed. PYM, the Plymouth, that's our name for our airport, claims it's vital importance for the airport to act as a good neighbor to the surrounding community. Throughout the airport master plan, they keep talking about improving public relationships. I would like to know how they've been doing that. I want to understand all the facts, and I would hope everyone that's voting on this wants to understand the facts before they do vote. My main issue is the lack of transparency with the airport committee. Why have we never directly been contacted on any activity over the years? Up until 6 weeks ago, we've never heard about this expansion project. Up until 6 weeks ago, we haven't met any of our Plymouth relatives, neighbors, or friends that knew anything about it. Of the 3 public meetings they were talking about in 2022 in early staging, they averaged 36 people in those meetings. Of this average, I would like to know how many was tenants of the airport property. Didn't it dawn on them to anyone, whatever means they were using to spread the word wasn't working. An average approximately of 36 people out of hundreds of thousands of homes, I'm not sure, affected homes in the surrounding areas. What about the U.S. mail? Address it to the residents. You don't need to know names. Ask the voting committee. They have the list for precincts. After I spoke at the selectment meeting approximately 3 weeks ago, Matt, and Ken Fostick and I talked to me after the end of the meeting and said I should come by to discuss my concerns. And he shared the master plan with me. I read it that night, and the next day I emailed him a list of all my concerns and worries, and with approximately 35 questions. To this day, I haven't had any response to that. The thing about the runway
30 seconds.
They say it's for safety, right? Everybody wants safety, but it's going to allow the current jets to take off with more weight because of more fuel. So how is it safety for the jets with carrying more fuel over our heads? I don't get that math. The other scary thing is they're talking about adding a kiosk so planes can land 24 hours a day and refuel there.
Thank you, Mr. Lentang. Betty Cavaco, Precinct 6, followed by Mr. Fitzgerald, Brian Fitzgerald, Precinct 10. Betty Cavaco.
Mr. Moderator, I believe she was before me.
But she's not a town meeting member. Precedence for town meeting.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I actually have two questions. Number one is, what happens if this runway expansion doesn't go through with what we're being regulated by the FAA? And the second one is, if there is ever the thought or motion to bring in larger planes, would town meeting have to approve that use?
Responding to Betty Cavaco. Kenneth Tavares, he is chair of the Airport Commission. Mr. Fosdick. Kenneth Fosdick.
Yeah.
It's getting late.
Right here is what gets you. First of all, I have to stop now to remember your first question. What was your first? If we didn't do it, okay. The FAA asks us to address safety issues every time we go through a master plan. We are safe the way we are, as proven by our records. So we would not be penalized for not doing that, okay? The airport is the one that votes on any changes to the type of airport that we would have here, but the reality is that all the appropriations come from this meeting, so yes, the town meeting would have to vote on it. We are very concerned about the noise levels. We take appropriate action, we take action to those, to respond to those questions. We log every noise complaint, and we follow up on it to determine whether there was a safety issue involved or whether the airplanes were working correctly. Part of the master planning process is that we do a estimate on what the traffic is going to increase over 10 years, and it's a modeling process that the FAA has. And 20 years ago, we did it for 10 years, and their estimate was that the traffic at Plymouth Airport would remain basically the same, up or down 6% or less. It turned out to be true. We did it again 12 years ago in the exact same situation. Now, that's a 10-year period. So in between, there can be variations on how much traffic there is. We're currently lower than the estimate because of COVID.
30 seconds.
But we now have a situation where people are catching up. There's a tremendous demand for pilots. Plymouth has always been a training field. It started in 1934. It was used as a training field by the Navy during World War II. The number of training flights has not changed. However, we do think that there is a certain amount environmental issues that are causing us to have
Thank you.
more operations on those clear days that we have. We just voted on Thursday night to establish a Citizens Advisory Committee to talk about it and to see. We've already contacted our flight schools and are about to get into a process of trying to adjust to what we see going on today.
Thank you,
In
Kenneth
total-
Bostic. He is Chair of the Plymouth Airport Commission. We're going to bring in now on our panelist, Brian
Moderator.
Fitzgerald, Precinct 10.
Point
But
of order,
before-
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, point of order.
Jeff Delap, Precinct 13. I move the question.
Moves the question. That'll take priority. So now we're going to vote whether to close debate on Article 9A45. So town meeting members, if you can get ready to vote when the light goes on, it's a procedural motion, a motion to close debate. And while we have that, can hold off 1 second. Let's hold off. Sorry. Before we do that, I want to see how many people still want to speak. And I can tell you we have one in the queue and we have one in the room. Two in the room, okay? Two in the room, one in the queue. So now that you've seen who still wants to speak, we're going to decide whether to close debate. Go ahead. Vote now. You have 20 seconds in which to vote. You're voting on Article 9A45, the motion on the runway 624 and the taxiway extension A. This is a procedural motion, a motion to close debate. Town meeting can decide the length of the debate on any article, and they're now voting on whether or not to continue to debate it or whether to close the debate. This is a 2/3 vote. We've completed the voting, and now we'll see the number of people who voted. 77 say yes, 65 say no, 3 abstentions. It does not carry. Let's bring in Brian Fitzgerald, Precinct 10. He is a panelist remotely, followed by Nathan Siegel, town meeting member. Mr. Siegel, if you want to come down, and do we have Mr. Go ahead, Mr. Fitzgerald. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Brian Fitzgerald, Precinct 10. I have lived where I live for about 10 years now. I go past the airport every day. When we moved in, it was the home of a lot of props, kind of lazy sounds that were good for weekend napping in the summer. It was a home for helicopter traffic. We are seeing more and more jets here. To the point where after one particularly active day, I went down and got the tail numbers of some of these noisemakers. And one of those jets was registered to the Family Dollar Corporation, which tells me we're now at the point where we have corporate-owned jets going in and out of what was once our small-town airport. Those changes are making this airport a worse neighbor and having an impact on our own quality of life. I'd also like to point out that we are seeing here an exercise in the image of democracy without its substance. I go past the airport every day to work. They have a honking big sign they haul out sometimes, and there was never anything about any of these meetings. Holding meetings in small boards tucked away in corners of the website is not the same as meaningful democracy. Sending mail to neighbors to participate is meaningful democracy. Having it someplace recognizable that this was being debated is meaningful democracy. Instead, what we've had today is reassurances that this change won't mean the next change. And we all know what's going to happen. 4 years from now, we'll say, well, we could go from a B2 to another level of airport, and previous town meetings have gone along with this. So clearly, this is what the people of the town want. And if there's anybody concerned about that, we're going to have a whiplash-fast attempt to close debate. All of this tells me that there is some information in this that is being carefully snuck through, hoping we will not have an extensive and thorough debate. The airport expansion, the runway expansion can wait if need be, so that we can know exactly what we're buying into as a town and what effect it will continue to have on the quality of residents living near the airport and increasingly further and further away from the airport. And for those reasons, I ask you to vote no on this motion. Thank you.
Nathan Siegel, Precinct 14, followed by Lisa Lentang.
Thank you, Nate Siegel, Precinct 14. I think that might be a historic first, town meeting participation from a moving car, so maybe just want to note that for the record.
We hope he was parked.
Someone else was driving, I think so. But I do want to say that I think it's really crucially important in our representative democracy, as the gentleman just spoke about, that town meeting serves as the voice of the people, and that we help prevent these things from getting to the point where they pick up steam to the point where they feel inevitable, and that the residents don't have a voice. So clearly there's some kind of disconnect between the airport commission and the residents who live there, and something this significant in terms of quality of life, property value, environmental issues, I think warrants that we just push pause here. Additionally, it would be a little bit of cost savings, or a decent amount of cost savings if this were to not go forward, which we talked about today. So I would encourage town meeting to vote no on this, and for those responsible at the airport commission to re-engage with the neighborhood, make sure there's a comfort level for those people who live this every single day and would be bearing the brunt of it, and make sure that everyone is comfortable before this moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa Lantang. Welcome, Lisa's a Plymouth resident. Welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. Lisa Lantang. I'm a West Plymouth resident. I live down at the other end of South Meadow Road in the Baldwin Circle, on Baldwin Circle. I've lived here for 37 years, and I've enjoyed being near an airport. It's been great. It's, you know, little planes and gliders. That's what it was when I first moved in. And it was sort of like that for 25, 30 years. And in the last, really literally in the last year and a half, the intensity it's just increased. The flight schools are flying over our home in circles every 3 minutes. Every 3 minutes, we have a plane going over for a 20-minute span. Then they go away. Then we get another cycle. So you're out in your backyard going, what is going on over here? The jets are getting bigger and louder, and they are disturbing our peace of mind. And the vibration, the windows can rattle sometimes. This is a pretty consistent thing going on now. This is a problem now. We haven't known about the runway. We were never notified, completely unaware of it, that the extension was a plan until about 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. We've gone to the meetings, and you know, our main thing is that our property values are going to go down, as well as losing the quiet enjoyment of our backyards. Our property values are going to go down. So when Mr. Canty was talking about look to the future of what West Plymouth is going to look like, with more jets, louder jets, more noise pollution, more air pollution from the lead particulates coming down out of these planes. So I implore you to vote no, put a pause on this, and let's reassess and try and mitigate the problems we already have, because we have problems right now. I think that's it. Thank you. We don't want it to be too late. We don't want to say yes and then cry about it later. So we're trying to be proactive and say, put a pause. Don't let it happen now. It's a problem now. Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion. If not, we're going to move to the vote on Article 9A45. It's a majority vote. And when the light goes on, town meeting, you can vote on Article 9A45, runway 624 and taxiway extension. When the light goes on, it is on, you are now voting. This is a majority vote. It's a substantive motion under Article 9. Following this, we will take the remaining A items, and I have new text for you to mark your motion books, but we'll wait until we complete this vote. This is Plymouth Town Meeting. It's coming to you live on Saturday, April 6th. We are in the second afternoon session. We are in our spring annual town meeting. The voting has concluded, and we will now look to the vote. And 26 say yes, 117 say no, 3 abstain. It does not carry. And we're now going to move on to the remaining motion. Now, because we took 33 earlier, the remaining Article 9 motions are A1 through A16, A18 through A23, A25 to A32, A34 to A37, and A39 to A44, for a total to appropriate of $11,009,652, and further, that to meet the appropriation, transfer $7,400,000 $690,390. Those are your changes on the motion that's remaining under Article 9 for the remaining A items. Does anyone care to have further discussion or debate on the remaining A items? If not, we're going to vote as I have read into the record for the items. So we've omitted item A33, and further, we have changed the dollar amounts to reflect prior action by town meeting. We'll now vote when the light goes on, and vote now. This is a majority vote. Following this, we will go to the B items, which are 2/3 votes. You are voting the remaining A items. It's a majority vote, and town meeting is voting remotely and in person. We are live at Plymouth North High School on Saturday, April 6th. Town meeting is coming to you from the Center for Performing Arts in Plymouth North High School. We've now completed 137 say yes, 8 say no, 1 abstention. It carries. Look at the record as we continue now with Article 9B1, and that is Town Wharf Rehabilitation. Mr. Neerman moves that $900,000 is appropriated for the purpose of the financing the following projects, and you have a record here, Mr. Neerman. And Mr. Neerman already gave his overview. We're going to go right to Town Meeting Member Frank O'Brien, Precinct 11. Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Frank O'Brien, Precinct 11. Just like the Harbor Master to take a few minutes out and explain the project. Thank you.
Chad Hunter is our Harbor Master. Welcome, Chad Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon. This is part of, we had a 5-year inspection of all of the 2 piers that we have in Plymouth. And the idea behind that is to keep up with the maintenance. For people that remember T-Wharf, that was behind Wood Seafood, that ran into complete disrepair, and the ultimate was to remove that pier and build new. We want to protect what we have in place and maintain those structures. So we had GEI do a 5-year inspection. That's part of our harbor plan, to do these inspections routinely. And out of that, there was some rehab or maintenance work that needs to be done to Town Wharf. So Town Wharf is the older part of the structure. Basically extends from Woods down to the Captain John boats and the old Harbor Master office. It's a critical piece of infrastructure, supports whale watches, marine fuel, charter boats, our lobster fishery, tuna landings, as well as cruise ships. This piece of infrastructure is important because it attaches the shore to the new pier that was built in 2017 as well. We had to do an emergency repair, and we had a small area of the town wharf that was shut down last spring, dealing with one of these pile caps that this project would repair. We had to close off probably a 20 by 20 section on the main approach of Town Wharf. And luckily, we were able to get the emergency funding and get that fixed before the busy summer season. So this is a phased approach. The 5-year inspection showed $3.5 to $4 million worth of repairs, and ultimately they chose to repair rather than replace, because if we were to replace this structure, we'd be looking at about $14 to $15 million. So this phase 1 is $900,000. We phased it, so we almost broke it up into 3 pieces over 3 years essentially. And we are going to look for a couple of grant opportunities that exist. One is the Seaport Economic Council, the state. They've given us probably close to $4 to $5 million for different infrastructure projects in Plymouth Harbor. So they've been quite good to us, and we could potentially get funding to cover almost the entire cost of phase 1 through Seaport. The other possibility is working with Tiffany Park, the town's grant writer. We've found the DOT Port Infrastructure Development Program, and that's a much larger scale. we might actually be able to, right, okay. If we were to get an award through this federal program, we would go for all 3 phases, and we would essentially use this $900,000 as the match to complete $4 million worth of work. So tried to kind of capture the question and give you a brief overview of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's continue in the back of the room. He answered the question. Terrific. Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Mason.
Yeah, Carl Mason, Precinct 18. If we do not get grant funding to cover all the costs of this, would the Waterways Fund pay for this over time? Or?
So we are using $80,000 from Waterways, and I think that's, could Waterways support this in the future? We could take a look at our fees that we charge and what goes into Waterways to potentially support the cost of this rehab.
Further discussion?
But otherwise go into general fund, free cash, or?
Anyone care to further respond to Carl Mason's question regarding the funds? Lynn Barrett is the Director of Finance.
So I think, as the harbor master said, they're diligently trying to find grants for this $4 million project. This particular portion of it, if they don't receive any grant funding for it, we are using $80,000 of waterway funds towards it. There's a possibility that we could use waterway funds on a small scale every year to help pay for the principal of this particular phase of the project. But other than that, it would be coming from general fund operations.
Further discussion? If not, we're going to take a vote. We're going to take a vote on Article 9B1, Town Wharf Rehabilitation. It is a 2/3 vote. Town meeting can vote when the light goes on. And I did see we had somebody that we may have wanted to speak, not sure, but we're going to take a vote at this point. When the light goes on, we're going to vote on Article 9B1, Town Wharf Rehabilitation. A number of other people in the room, your set is saying that you want to speak, but you're not rising. Precinct 5, Precinct 13. When the light goes on, we'll take a vote. Article 9B1, Town Wharf, there we go, Town Wharf Rehabilitation. It's a 2/3 vote. We'll now move forward with the vote. And thereafter, we will continue with the next B item. I apologize to the person remotely who may have wanted to speak. I'm not quite sure, but I'll speak to that person. But we're going on Article 9B1, Town Wharf Rehabilitation, and it's to move 900. We've completed the vote. The vote is 139 yes, no, 2 abstentions. It carries by more than 2/3. We'll now move to Article 9B2, the motion South Elementary, 5-6 RTU's replacement. Mr. Neerman previously spoke, gave an overview. It's to move $1,450,000 for the purpose of financing projects. Any discussion on Article 9B2, motion on South Elementary? I believe the people in the queue were there previously prior to the vote, so they can be removed. Let's see if we have anybody new. It looks like we may have, is Virginia Johnson participating remotely? No, okay. Yes, Carl Mason.
Carl Mason, Precinct 18. Dumb question, what are RTUs?
Okay. And who would like to respond as to the question regarding the RTU? Yes, please come forward. Matthew Durkee is the Director of Facilities for the Plymouth Public Schools. Mr. Durkee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Could you repeat the question?
What are RTUs?
What are we voting for? Rooftop unit.
Any further discussion? Any further questions?
Yes, there is AC in those units. Not all of the units at South Elementary School have AC.
No, we're not going to have questions from the shouting from the seats. Please come to the microphone if you have questions. Go ahead, Mr. Mason, please come forward. Do you have a question? Thank you.
I'm all set, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
My pleasure.
Any other questions? Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to the vote.
Thank you.
On Article 9B2. It's a 2/3 vote. When the light goes on, we'll take the vote under Article 9B2 and vote now. You're voting on the second Article 9B item, B2, which is with South Elementary, and it is for the replacement of the roof units for $1,450,000. Town meeting is voting, and we will continue hereafter with Article 9B3. Article 9B2 is a 2/3 vote. We've completed the voting. Once the voting is completed, we'll now get the results from OTI. 141 yes, 1 no, 1 abstentions, carries by more than 2/3. As we scroll through the next motion, Article 9B3, WWTP effluent tertiary filter. And Mr. Neerman moves that $9,492,000 is appropriated for the purpose of financing the project. It is the sewer enterprise and is the effluent tertiary filter. Mr. Neerman previously spoke on this. Any discussion? Any discussion? Dale Weber, Precinct 3. Mr. Weber.
I think this is a big deal. I'd like to hear a presentation on it, please.
William Coyle is the Director of the Department of Public Works. To respond to a request for a presentation from Dale Weber, welcome once again, William Coyle, Director of the Department of Public Works.
Thank you. Bill Coyle, DPW Director. I'll do the best I can to explain the project to you, and I may defer to Doug Pinard, who's also here, the wastewater superintendent, for any further questions. The tertiary filter is an additional treatment, so it's a third treatment process that will treat our effluent as it discharges from the wastewater treatment plant. We feel as though this is something that's going to be very good for the environment, and it's independent of the process that we're moving forward with the EE&F through MEPA, with whether or not we discharge to the harbor or to the upland beds as our primary discharge location. Although they're independent, there are some aspects of it that we will want to coordinate. For example, as we move through the MEPA process with the discharge of the effluent, currently we are going before MEPA and filing a draft environmental impact report this summer, and then we will move forward to a final impact report. We will not be moving forward with the design of this tertiary filter until we have direction on whether or not we will have support from DEP through the MEPA process, to whether or not the primary discharge is going to be the ocean or the upland beds. So even though they're independent, we won't move forward with the design until we know which direction we're heading. Because in either case, this is going to be a beneficial project for the environment. So with that said, a couple of important things to note. One is we are requesting $9.5 million. Initially, when we discussed this warrant article, we had discussed going before a town meeting just for the design of the project, which I think is about $600,000. The CFO, Lynn Barrett, suggested or recommended that we combine this project design with construction, even though we know we're not going to move forward with construction for some time. Reason being is if we went before town meeting for the article for just design, we would be limited to a 5-year bond or funding for 5 years for the design effort. By combining it with design and construction, we're able to finance that over a 30-year period. So we'll be able to spread that cost over a much longer period. The town has also very successfully obtained a $2.5 million grant. So when I say there's moving parts to this, in order for us to obtain that grant, we need to have a grant agreement in place by August of 2026, which we would also need to have a 90% design complete on the tertiary filter by August of 2026. So you can see we aren't going to move forward with the design until we know which direction we're going to be going, whether or not is the primary discharge going to continue to be in the harbor, or is it going to move to the upland beds? Then we'll be under very tight time constraints to get the design completed. So we wanted to come before town meeting, because not knowing the exact timing of when we'll have an indication from through the MEPA process and with DEP on which direction they're going to support. Once we do know, At that time, we will want to move forward with the design. And then we know we're going to be on a tight time constraint in order to meet the requirements, in order to get the $2.5 million grant. If we're successful, as we move forward, we have the grant, but if we meet these deadlines, that would reduce the borrowing down to $7 million. So we're asking 9.5, but we have the $2.5 million grant. So hopefully I've given you some indication of what the project is, and I'll be happy to try to answer your questions. And as I said, Doug Bernard is here as well to assist with answering questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Laurie Downs, Precinct 17, Donald Williams, Precinct 8. I think you've spoken less than him.
I just was I'm trying to understand what you mean by a filter. Is this a nitrogen removal system?
Great question. I probably should have touched upon that. Currently the discharge, our primary discharge is to the harbor. So if it were to remain as the primary discharge, we would be looking to remove more nitrogen, as opposed to if the discharge were to be the upland beds, the phosphorus becomes more of a concern, because nitrogen is a bigger concern to the negative impacts to the ocean, and phosphorus is a bigger concern to negative impacts to the freshwater body. So again, depending on which way we go, this filtration system can be designed for either or, in some extent for both, but we would prioritize one over the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, we're going to call for a vote on Article 9B3, and it is a 2/3 vote. When the light goes on, you can vote. You're voting on Article 9B3. Just a reminder, procedural motions can be made at any time to interrupt the meeting, and Article 9B3 is a 2/3 vote on the effluent tertiary filter. Town meeting members are continuing at this time. The vote on that is completed, and when we get the total 136 say yes, no, 5, 0 abstentions, it carries. We're going to continue with Article 9B4. It is a water system improvements, and Mr. Neerman moves that $1,790,800 is appropriated for the purpose of financing a water enterprise water systems improvement project. Discussion on Article 9B4. Anyone care to be heard on that? I do see Alan Costello, Precinct 10. If we can bring in Alan Costello, Precinct 10. Thank you, Mr. Costello. Okay. Any further discussion on Article 9B4? Yes, Dale Weber.
Presentation, please. Thank you.
A presentation request on Article 9B4, the motion water system improvements, and we're looking forward to a presentation from the Department of Public Works. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everybody. Peter Gordon, Plymouth DPW Water Division Superintendent. This is essentially an infrastructure repair project. We're looking to restore a water main that no longer carries water across the Sandwich Road Bridge. This transmits water between Cedarville and the Plymouth Center pressure zone. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 9B4, water system improvements? It is a 2/3 vote, and at this time, if there is no further discussion, we're going to continue with the vote. And the
Carl
vote,
Mason, Precinct 18, I have a question.
Yes, and what is your question?
Yeah. How are we repaying this loan? Is this through general fund, or is it through Water Enterprise, or how's that working?
Lynn Barrett is the Director of Finance, responding to Carl Mason. Lynn
This
Barrett.
would be a water enterprise project through water rates.
Thank you. Further discussion? If not, we're going to go and vote on Article 9B4. It is a 2/3 vote, and when the light goes on, you can vote on Article 9B4. Wadham says you can vote now. This is on water system improvements, and following this, we're going to move to Article 10. In the warrant for the annual town meeting, we have 21 articles. We're going to move to Article 10, but at this time, we're voting currently on Article 9B4, water system improvements. and it's a motion for $1,790,800. It's a two-thirds vote. Voting is completed. The light is off. We will now get the total: 143 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. It carries. We'll look at the record of the vote as we read that Mr. Neerman moves town vote to transfer the care, custody, management, and control of parcels listed below from the town treasurer for tax title purposes to the Affordable Housing Trust. Mr. Neerman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends by a vote of 10 in favor, 0 against, and 3 abstentions that town meeting approve Article 10. Approval of this article will transfer the listed parcels from the town treasurer to the Affordable Housing Trust for the purpose of affordable housing. These parcels were taken by the town through a tax lien proceeding.
George McKay, Precinct 8. We're debating Article 10, a motion for the conveyance of tax title property to the Affordable Housing Trust. George McKay.
We have 400 parcels in this category, and I'm in favor of Article 11, which transfers 3 of them to the Open Space Committee. But I wanted to know more detail about these and the process we would go through. As I understand, these are vacant lots. And later on in the discussion, we're going to talk about taking a building on Industrial Park Road and helping support affordable housing there. But here we have some vacant lots, and I'm wondering what we've done in the past when we've given away vacant lots for affordable housing. Did they build buildings on them, single unit dwellings, and we call them affordable? You know, what is the process? What have we done in the past? And does this commit the town to additional funds?
Patrick Farah is our planning technician. Welcome, Mr. R.
Good afternoon. So, as part of support staff to the Open Space Committee, we found these 3 parcels that are under tax title or foreclosed, and upon doing some due diligence, we discovered that, wow, these actually are buildable lots. And the Open Space Committee, as well as staff, came to the conclusion that why don't we approach the Affordable Housing Trust, because the Open Space Committee looks at more than just for saving properties for conservation. They look at water, to the water aquifer protection, as well as through recreation, forestry, and so on. Having said that, these 3 parcels showed no interest from the Open Space Committee. I approached the Affordable Housing Trust and say, listen, why don't you take a look at these? We'll do some due diligence and find out if they could actually be conveyed through town meeting for affordable housing. And then that way, the Affordable Housing Trust could go ahead and either convey it over to potentially the Habitat for Humanity for affordable housing. And that's exactly what we've done. This has been the process. So I think there are roughly about 3,000 tax title properties on the list, equaling close to like 1,500 acres. And looking at these 3 lots, staff went ahead to inspectional services for a zoning permit application. They came back that they were buildable. The lot off Snowberry Lane down in Manomet actually would require a special permit due to access concerns. It's a small gravel road, and possibly there could be a variance for access for that lot. 2 of those lots, the Snowberry Lane down in Manomet, like I just mentioned, as well as the Colchester Drive lot in West Plymouth, both are quarter-acre lots. And the one off of Wareham Road, just north of the Red Brook subdivision, is approximately 3 acres. Just so that town meeting members realize that lot, about 2/3 of it is under a transmission line corridor, so only about 1/3 of that lot could be developed. I hope I answered the questions.
Any further discussion on Article 10? We also have Lee Hartman, he's Director of Planning and Development, further responding.
Just clarify, deed restricted in perpetuity as a single-family affordable unit, deed restricted in perpetuity.
Any further discussion? If not, we're going to call for a vote. And once the light goes on, you'll be voting on Article 10. The light will go on, you'll have a chance to vote. It is a 2/3 vote for this motion. And once the light goes on, we'll begin voting. You can vote now. Town meeting is voting on whether or not to do a conveyance of tax title property to Affordable Housing Trust, Article 10. And upon completion of this vote, I do have a procedural motion, but at this time, we're still voting on Article 10, conveyance of tax title property to Affordable Housing Trust. This is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on April 6th. We've completed the voting on Article 10, conveyance of tax title property to Affordable Housing Trust. 138 yes, no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. Stacy Dela Cruz, Precinct 10, moves to adjourn this session of town meeting. It is a majority vote. It is debatable. Can we bring in Stacy Dela Cruz as a panelist to speak to her motion to adjourn? We're looking to bring in Stacy Dela Cruz as a panelist. She's here. Okay, Stacy, welcome.
Hi, this is Stacy. Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you.
Hi, I just wanted to request to adjourn for the day. We're on Article 11 now. We've got, 21 articles, and I think towards the end here, we have some contentious ones. It's going to be a lot of discussions. I think it's best for us to come back with fresh minds and rest.
Further discussion on the motion to adjourn. Anyone care to be heard? Yes, we have Catherine Holmes. Catherine Holmes?
I think we should continue. We've gotten everybody here. We have 146 people still online. It's only 3:55. We've got a lot to cover. Yes, that's true. But I think we're going to lose a lot of our audience on Monday night. People are working, so I'd like to suggest we push through. Let's see how far we can get.
Thank you. Matthew Tavares?
Well, I'm somewhere in between. Matt Tavares, Precinct 2. I know that we made a motion earlier to bring up a citizens petition article, and they've sat here throughout the day. And we've already voted on Article 12 and 13 in the consent. So I would suggest that we get through at least Article 11 and 21, and then I think everyone knows Articles 14 and 16 are going to be longer debate, to which I do agree they need their own time.
The current motion is to adjourn, so you either vote yes to adjourn or no to continue.
All right, I'm going to vote no, and then I'll make a motion for this.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to adjourn? Okay, if not, we're going to take a vote. When the light goes on, you're going to vote whether to adjourn or whether to continue. When the light goes on, it's a procedural vote. It's a majority vote. Town meeting has the right to continue or to adjourn. It'll be a majority deciding. The light is on. You can now vote. You're voting on whether to adjourn or whether to continue through the warrant. If we continue, we'll continue with Article 11. If we adjourn, we will adjourn till Monday at 6 p.m. You are voting on whether to continue or whether to adjourn. Town meeting members can vote. It's a majority vote, and the light is off. We will now see the will of town meeting as to what you decided. 23 say yes, no, 115 abstain 2. We're going to continue. Article 11, conveyance of tax title property to Conservation Commission. Mr. Neerman moves. Yes, Mr. Tavares.
So I would like to make a procedural motion to continue town meeting for another hour.
I'm going to hold off. You can make a motion to adjourn an hour from now. It may be that we're in the middle of an article. You may decide.
Well, we're beginning an article, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm going to wait. You have the right to make a motion. I will take your motion to adjourn at any time between an article. Okay, as long as we've finished an article, I'll take it. You can just get up and make that motion. Again, Mr. Neerman moves the town vote to transfer the care, custody, management, and control of the parcels listed below as on file with the town clerk. Mr. Neerman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We As the Advisory and Finance Committee unanimously recommends to town meeting that you approve Article 11. Approval of this article will transfer the listed parcels from the town treasurer to the Conservation Commission for conservation purposes. These parcels were taken by the town through a tax lien proceeding.
Thank you. 2/3 vote. Any discussion? If not, we're going to go to the vote. When the light goes on, you'll vote on Article 11. On the motion to conveyance of tax title property to Conservation Commission, it is a 2/3 vote. Town meeting has decided to continue. You're voting now. Town meeting is going to continue in its afternoon session. We are going through the spring annual town meeting warrant. We are halfway through to Article 11 on the spring annual town meeting warrant. We will continue with the warrant after this vote. You're voting whether to have the conveyance of tax title property to the Conservation Commission. People are continuing to participate remotely as well as in person. The vote has ended. We will now get the totals on the motion under Article 11. 138 yes, no, 3, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. Article 12 has previously been voted. Article 13 has previously been voted. We are now going to go to Article 21. So if you can go to your book for Article 21, we do have a motion. Mr. Neerman moves that the town vote to amend its zoning bylaws governing ground-mounted solar photovoltaic systems. Mr. Neerman?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends by a vote of 11 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstention, that town meeting approve Article 21. Approval of this article will amend its zoning bylaws governing ground-mounted solar photovoltaic systems. The effect of this amendment would be to provide additional clarification of screening measures and notification to abutting residences while updating performance guarantee requirements.
It's a 2/3 vote. Mark Pacheco, resident, is the petitioner. Welcome, Mark Pacheco.
Thank you. I think everyone's seen the presentation, so in lieu of that, it's been a long day. I just want to reiterate that unlike in the fall, we're coming here with the support of Administration and Finance, the full support of the Energy Commission Committee, including a letter of support on page 307 of your big green book of everything, a 4-0 vote in favor from the Planning Board, and the unanimous support of the Select Board. With that, certainly here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article 21, which is the petition? If not, we're going to move for the vote. When the light goes on, you can vote. It's going to be a 2/3 vote of town meeting. The light will come on, and you can then vote on Article 21. Article 21 is before you now, and you'll be able to vote when the light goes on. We are doing a change of the order of articles. The light is on. You can now vote. You're voting on Article 21, which is the motion from the Advisory and Finance Committee to amend the zoning bylaw ground-mounted solar photovoltaic systems. Article 21. We will then go back to Article 14. You're currently voting on Article 21. This is an example where town meeting can move the articles, change the time as to when things are going to be heard and debated. The vote is ended. We will now have the vote 130 yes, no, 5, 3 abstentions. It carries by more than 2/3. Article 14, accessory dwelling unit ADU. Mr. Neerman moves the town to amend the zoning bylaws, section 201.3, definitions, and to create a new section entitled accessory dwelling units. Mr. Neerman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve by unanimous vote Article 14. Approval of this article will amend the zoning bylaw to allow accessory dwelling units by right. The intent is to increase the number of moderately priced long-term rental units in the town and to allow residents on fixed incomes who wish to remain in their homes the option to supplement their income through the rental of such a unit.
Thank you. And we're now going to call on the Planning Board presentation from Planning Board member David Peck. and this is a presentation from the Town of Plymouth Planning Board. Welcome, David Peck.
Thank you all. We do have a brief PowerPoint presentation. Many of us made as many caucuses as we could, but let's go ahead with accessory dwelling units. Hopefully it's third time's the charm. We're here in 2019 and 2021. Let's see, do I push the button or do I say next?
Mr. Grossman.
Huh.
What do you say?
Okay.
Ivan.
There,
Go ahead.
where is the button? All
There
right.
you go.
Okay. Accessory dwelling units are self-contained, detached, or attached, very small accessory dwelling units that are accessory to the single family, the single dwelling unit on the site. They are, small. As our next sheet will say, they're not to exceed 900 square feet. Can be a lot smaller, no more than 900. They're located on the same lot with the principal residence. They have to remain in single ownership with the principal residence. They cannot be split. They have to meet the on-site parking required, not cars on the street. They have to demonstrate to the building inspector that there are sufficient parking spaces on site. They have to meet all zoning and life safety requirements and health department requirements for the location. Next picture, let's see, do I have it there? Okay. Next would be just some pictures of how it could be. A smaller addition on the side. It can be a small renovation in an existing garage. It can be within the very building, the main residence, as in the attic or the basement or behind. What is not allowed, Airbnb. What is not allowed are VRBO in these things. They can also not be in condos or multifamily locations. Yeah. So one of the drivers for this is aging in place for our seniors who can stay in their existing house and in their existing neighborhood. The owner remains in that building, either in the ADU, which has been happening a lot around Massachusetts and around the country, so they go to move to the smaller unit and rent the larger remaining building, or they stay there and then the smaller ADU they rent to help offset the costs of taxes, which we've heard about, utilities. Regardless, the larger home or the smaller one, its occupant provides a sense of security to the homeowner. Overall, it will increase the value of the home. This is an idea whose time has been coming. The AARP has been pushing and supporting ADUs since 2019, if not before. All 15 towns on the Cape have ADU provisions. Sandwich, Kingston, and Bourne nearby have them. Salem, Lexington, Concord, Newton, and 31 communities out in Western Mass. I think more than half of the towns and cities in Massachusetts have ADU provisions. Some of the concerns we've heard as we talk to our neighbors is, oh my God, our neighborhoods are going to be overwhelmed by ADUs. So part of our research was to call some of the places that have ADUs for the last few years to see exactly what that tsunami, or I would say the under tsunami, the minimal actual numbers. You can see Concord, Sandwich. Barnstable did this 3 years ago. They had the largest number, and it's been sort of enthusiastically welcomed in Barnstable. I mentioned that, all 15 communities on the Cape have been doing this, but it's, compared to the nature of growth across this entire town, the ADUs would be a small portion that meets the needs of those seniors who want to stay in their house, and to provide an affordable option for either starting, families that just need a small place to start, or incoming families who could potentially rent the larger remaining space, and that can be a starter home where people can't find a house to buy. This affordability in town, so it could be win-win, but it's especially important to our seniors as to be able to stay in their neighborhood. So there's some of the numbers. I didn't hit the button on time, sorry about that. And this has been supported by multiple groups. Our Affordable Housing Trust, our Senior Task Force, unanimous, Planning Board, Select Board, Advisory and Finance. So that, this is an idea whose time has come, and the Planning Board unanimously supported it. We understand we may have one amendment that we welcome you to hear and consider, that as a group we can continue to talk about. But anyway, bring it forward. It's toward the end of the day. So I wanted to keep this presentation brief, but welcome all, and thanks for your patience, and we hope you consider this and support this.
Thank you. That's David Peck on behalf of the Plymouth Planning Board. And now we're going to move to the motion to amend under Article 14. Bill Abbott, Precinct 16, moves to amend Article 14 by deleting the words "all residential and mixed use" after the words "allowed by right," and by inserting the words the R20SL, R20MF, R25, R40DH, LIWF, and WF, and further to amend by inserting the words after Criteria 3, accessory dwelling units located in the RR district must also be located on a lot serviced by a municipal wastewater system, and to footnote this limitation in the Plymouth zoning bylaw use table as follows. I'm not going to read the footnote. You have it in your motion packet. If we pass this motion, the motion would include the footnote. William Abbott is a town meeting member. Welcome.
Thank you. First, the reason for my amendment. I've lived for 50 years in South Plymouth, amid the ponds of Plymouth, the ponds of South Plymouth, during which our neighborhood association has regularly tested for pollution in the groundwater. Unfortunately, the test results for pollution get steadily worse every year. For one major reason, nutrients are successively and increasingly increasing and building up in our groundwater. We see the evidence from tangled weeds on the sandy bottom of once clear ponds, more frequent algae blooms that cloud our ponds and close them down. Long Pond, which has never experienced an algae bloom, had its very first algae bloom last summer in all the time I've lived there, or in the history of Long Pond. Now, algae blooms are not benign. Just as I was working on this amendment, an article appeared in The Guardian last week, which, and I quote now, research suggesting that blue-green algae blooming with ever-increasing frequency under a changing global climate releases a potent neurotoxin that offers one of the most compelling causal explanations for non-genetic ALS. That's Lou Gehrig's disease. And I'm continuing to quote, researchers have, for example, identified clusters of ALS cases downwind of freshwater lakes prone to blue-green algae blooms. Falling property values are sure to follow as these problems increase. Unless we reduce the flow of nutrients into our ponds, we shall lose them to the pollution of overvegetation and algae. And that's the reason that I've produced this amendment. ADUs will introduce a second potential dwelling unit on every residential parcel in Plymouth. So anybody could have an ADU in his house or in his yard if he meets the other setback requirements. All these new dwellings will require septic services except those in the smaller lot residential areas like R20 and R40. But all across the rural residential zone, any of those lots, and this is where our ponds are, can have an ADU under this article if it passes. Overnight, we will have created the potential for greatly increasing the septic effluent flowing into our groundwater. The problem is the nutrients, the nitrogen, the phosphorus is not removed or perfectly functioning Title 15, Title 5 systems. 90 to 95% of the nutrients going into our groundwater and ponds are from septic systems. The algae is building up in the ponds, greatly aided by now the rapid climate change, and many think it may be beyond, some ponds are beyond a point of no return. My amendment would put the brakes on increased nutrient pollution of our ponds by not allowing an ADU to be placed in the RR zone until the parcel is serviced by a satellite wastewater treatment plant, or by the new septic systems that are now rolling out on the Cape with a better technology that will remove nutrients. We don't have that yet in Plymouth. When it eventually arrives in Plymouth, then is the time we should allow ADUs in the rural residential zone, but not before. If we've already lost our ponds to choking weeds and tangled vegetation, what a tragedy that would be that we moved too early to allow this density, increased density in the RR zone. The bottom line is, if this amendment is voted, we will put a temporary hold on the building of ADUs in the rural residential zone until either you have a treatment plant in the vicinity of the parcels, which I understand that DPW is looking at, or we have the better technology systems functioning. Because with the new septic systems, when they do come in, then we can amend the bylaw and allow ADUs in the RR zone, but not before. So therefore, I'm asking you to join with me to protect our groundwater and our ponds and say temporarily, let's wait until we have what the system and the technology to treat the wastewater as it should be before we just keep dumping it into our ponds. Thank you.
That was excellent. 1 minute. 1 second. Good timing. I have a list of 10 town meeting members before those of you that are standing, except for Ed Russell. You did contact me ahead of time. So I'm not sure if every town meeting member wants to speak in favor or against the motion, but we're going to be speaking as to the motion. So if I call on you and you're not speaking as to the motion, we can wait and call later. I'm going to go through my list first. Ed Russell, Precinct 16. Mr. Russell.
Yes, I want to commend Bill Abbott's amendment because I've been doing water quality testing, half a dozen ponds in Plymouth for 20 years, and I took note of Lori Down's question about the tertiary treatment article that we had, and so we've really addressed this. We've found that we need to look at tertiary treatment of phosphorus and nitrogen, and that's what this will do.
Okay. Betsy Hall, Precinct 16. Betsy, did you care to speak on the motion to amend? Thank you. We'll come back to you. Same with Lawrence Pizer. Did you want to speak on the main motion? Okay. We'll come back to you. And Edward Conroy, did you want to speak now or on the main motion? Thank you. And Pompey Delafield. We'll bring in Pompey Delafield, Precinct 16. Lawrence Delafield.
Yes.
Welcome,
Yes, can you hear
Lawrence.
me?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Am I on?
You are. Welcome.
Okay, just very quickly, I want to just stress the fact with over 400 ponds, I think now in Plymouth, how important this amendment is. And it's important enough that we take it very slowly. And, you know, it's every little bit is polluting our ponds. And I think at this time, Mr. Abbott's amendment is so worthwhile that it's the only way I could vote for the main issue is if this amendment is taken care of. So I hope people will vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Art Deloge. On the amendment or on the main motion? Main motion. Mr. Golden, David Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have two questions. First, for Mr. Peck, I want to clarify something that Mr. Abbott said. Will every single residential lot in Plymouth qualify for an ADU?
Of course not.
Thank you. I also have a question for Ms. Coe, if she wouldn't mind coming.
Margaret Coe is the health agent. If Margaret Coe could come forward to respond to a question from David Golden. Mr. Golden.
Margaret, you're our resident Title V expert in the Department of Public Health. Could you first speak about your credentials in relation to Title V? And then I would like to also ask you, is there any concern that Title V wouldn't provide the protections that this amendment to the motion seeks?
Sure, and I also just want to add, Mr. Peck pointed out all the boards that were in support of this. On June 28th of 2023, the Board of Health did unanimously vote to endorse this, this proposed bylaw. So my name is Margaret Coe. I'm the health agent for the Public Health Division, and I am a soil evaluator as well as Title V certified. Title V already says that you can go one more room than what your septic is allowed to do, which is what we do in the case of in-law apartments, provided there is a deed restriction placed on the property. So whether it's done as an ADU or an in-law addition, it can be done. And we do ensure that there's enough property, enough square footage for anybody that's on a private well, so that you're not exceeding that capacity, you're not overloading the aquifer or any kind of, water drinking supply in that way.
Thank you, Margaret. I would encourage my colleagues to vote against this amendment to the main motion, and then I'll probably come up and speak about the main motion as well.
Thank you. Catherine Holmes, you're speaking on the amendment? On the amendment. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm Catherine Holmes, Precinct 9 Chair of the COPC. So Mr. Abbott is not wrong about the serious issues facing Plymouth regarding water quality, and we need to aggressively work with the town, the select board, and the state to create a comprehensive public sewage plan to solve this. It needs to be our top priority. The COPC will be taking this up in our May 16th meeting, and I invite you all to attend. So today, we have an estimated 24,587 homes in Plymouth. 3,697 of them are on town sewer. So approximately 15% of our current residents are on a public option, leaving the remaining 85% contributing to the nitrogen and the water quality problems that he's mentioning here today. I can't justify putting a moratorium or a freeze on ADUs that would impact over 60% of Plymouth with this, which is what this motion would do, when development continues throughout Plymouth on private septic. And it continues to happen and contribute to exactly what we're talking about here. If this motion passes, we'll have relatively no impact on reversing the damage when you weigh it against the huge development that continues to be built and the existing 85% of the homes that are on private septic. So in South Plymouth alone, we have more than 100 active projects happening, and they're huge. They're not small. They're not 900 square feet. And many of them start at 4 bedrooms, and they're all on private septic with no modifications in order to put in place any types of protection to prevent any of this from happening. I would list them, but the moderator will certainly shut me down because I'm going to be over my time. So the number of ADUs this article would allow is tiny, and they estimate it to be maybe 20 units in all of Plymouth. But let's weigh that against what this article is intended to do, which is help struggling families. And this is the thing people have not talked about, and they need to. Not well, they're not, it's struggling families, not wealthy developers. I'm talking about families in Plymouth who are caring for their family members that have autism or Asperger's or Down syndrome or a debilitating mental illness. People that will never, ever be able to live independently or afford their own home, but they're able-bodied enough to live right next door to their family members. Does anybody know how long it takes to get a waiver for disability housing in Massachusetts? Because I do. It's 10 to 15 years. This article for ADUs also helps families that are trying
30
to
seconds.
people with that was 3 minutes. So ADUs solve this huge problem for this small percentage of our silent residents who are gutted by this challenge. If you vote in favor of this motion, you will be continuing to handcuff these families who really need this. It makes no sense to me to target a tiny percentage of families in desperate need for this while continuing to allow developers in Plymouth, especially the rural parts, to continue to build more sewage systems. This is the third time this has come before us, and these families need your voice today. I ask you to vote no on this motion and approve the ADUs. Thank you.
Brendan Brady, Precinct 10.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Brendan Brady, Precinct 10. This goes along with what Ms. Holmes just said. I live in a neighborhood that has a freshwater pond that my children swim in, but this amendment drastically reduces the scope of who benefits from the main motion, and I would rather see my neighbors who have lived in the neighborhood for 30 years be able to continue living in that neighborhood than protect the pond that my children swim in. I think that the amendment needs to be struck down and the ADU motion should be passed as is.
Next to Mr. Hanlon, at the back of the room. Next to Mr. Hanlon. Please come forward. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Tom Begley, Precinct 14.
Tom, thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to speak in complete opposition to this amendment. One of the things that sort of stands out to me when we talk about this was sort of the list of towns that Mr. Peck showed. And we're all well aware of the very dire situation on Cape Cod with their water quality along the beaches. And I think Mr. Peck listed nearly every town on the Cape, or the major ones, have already brought ADUs into their town. And they are dealing with this immediately right now, their water quality issues as well. We all know that water is very important, but I'm going to talk more about in support of the main motion. So there's a spoiler for you. But I totally agree with what Catherine said and what Brendan just said. So I urge everybody to vote against this amendment and for the main motion.
Point of order, Patricia McCarthy. Move the questions, close debate. Would everyone please rise who wishes to still be heard? And we see in the room, for those of you who are remote, I see 3 people in the room, and I have 2 people in the queue. We are now going to vote on whether to close debate on Mr. Abbott's motion to amend. It is not debatable. It is a 2/3 vote. When the light goes on, you will vote whether to close debate or continue debate. The light will go on from OTI, and then we will decide. It's a procedural motion. It is not debatable. The light is on. You can now vote. You're voting on whether to close debate on the motion to amend. If it fails, we'll continue to debate the motion to amend. If it passes, we will vote on the motion to amend. Town meeting is continuing in the afternoon session. We will take a recess at about 4:54, which will be 2 hours from the last recess. We're continuing with Article 14 in the warrant. We've completed on the vote as to whether to close debate. Town meeting members' vote is 88 yes, 49 no, 1 abstention. It does not carry. Everett Malaguti, Precinct 2.
Everett Malaguti, Precinct 2. I have one question and one comment. The first question is related to either Ms. Coe or Ms. Keene as to the new systems that Mr. Abbott has talked about that are going in on the Cape and may be coming in the near or long-term future to Plymouth and other communities. Roughly, and I remember this from an earlier Board of Health meeting, but roughly how long do we expect that type of technology and or professionals to come up this way to actually use this technology to solve this problem?
Margaret Coe.
So the technology is here. The DEP is just not requiring it here like it did on the Cape. Doesn't mean they're not going to. It could happen at some point. However, the thing to keep in mind with that technology is what's affecting the ponds is more phosphorus, and a lot of the technology that's out there is nitrogen-reducing systems. Nitrogen is going to affect salt water more so where phosphorus is going to affect the fresh water, and that's what you're seeing now. Phosphorus is generally removed through chemical precipitation. Like I said, the technology's there, but for phosphorus removal, it's just not as prevalent.
Thank you. And I just wanted to bring that aspect toward the conversation, but I am 100% opposed to this amendment, mostly because, like Ms. Holmes stated, it's not just going to reduce the size of the areas that can actually be used for ADUs, but it's actually going to be reduced even further, as what Mr. Peck stated, that not all lots will be able to host an ADU. So the roughly 15 to 17% of Plymouth that has access to municipal sewerage is actually going to be reduced, because a lot of that's also either multifamily housing, is commercial, or industrial as well too. So now you even reduce the area that's even allowed for this. And I don't want to restrict any homeowner that wants to either stay in their home or be able to have their family members that can't afford to live in Plymouth to be able to have a place to either start out or to remain for the rest of their lives. I think while I appreciate the aspect of having this conversation for the ponds and everything, which is a dire one that we need to solve, I don't think this is the place for it at this time. We need to look at the affordability of people's lives.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Harrison Quinn. He is participating remotely. He is precinct 2, will be followed by Donald Williams and Michael Hanlon. So let's bring in Harrison Quinn as a panelist. Harrison, hello.
Hi, I actually just would want to speak to the main motion.
You're all set?
Yeah.
Main motion. I'll bring you back. Mr. Williams.
This is the beautiful part of town meeting. We have two very compelling points of view. They're both right, and we get to make the priority here. I am Don Williams. I'm a member of Precinct 8. I'm also the president of the Herring Ponds Watershed Association. We have been doing water sampling for 12 years. And there's something that was left out of the discussion, and that is that the groundwater not only goes into the ponds, but the ponds in turn goes into our aquifer. It's called a sole source aquifer. It's 500 billion gallons, which sounds like a lot, but if any of you have heard of the chemicals, the PFAS, that are in our clothing, that are in our cookware, these PFAS are forever chemicals, and the federals have put a limit on them in our drinking water of 20 parts per trillion. So if you do the calculation, it's astounding how little needs to be in our sole source aquifer. And I'm emphasizing sole because underneath that is a lot of granite that we would have to drill through for our water. But if you do the calculation, it's 80 pounds. 80 pounds of this PFAS would have to be in our sole source aquifer before we couldn't use it as drinking water. That's 200,000 people who are influenced by that. Is this doomsday? No. It is doomsday, but could it happen? Yeah, it's already happening out on the Cape. They have a different culprit than we do. But the point is that sewering is the solution to getting rid of these effluents, whether they be phosphorus or nitrogen, in the water before it gets into our groundwater, into our ponds, and thence into the sole source aquifer. What's even scarier is that the feds are thinking of reducing that concentration of the PFAS down to 6 parts per trillion. That takes us down to about 24, 25 pounds in a 500 billion gallon aquifer. So maybe it's not the time. Maybe we're not going to have any problems with the aquifer in the immediate future. Maybe not in our generation, maybe not even our grandchildren's generation.
30 seconds.
But we have to start thinking about it. And this amendment would slow it down, and I think that's a valuable thing to do.
Mr. Delap, do you have a procedural motion?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I move the question.
Motion to close debate is not debatable. Could you stand if you still wish to be heard as a speaker? I see now 2 people. This is on the motion to amend. 3 people on the motion to amend and 1 in the queue. We'll now take a vote as to whether to close debate on the motion to amend. When the light goes on, it's 2/3 vote. It's not debatable. And we're waiting for the light. It's a procedural motion. And we're voting now. We're voting now whether to close debate on the motion to amend. It requires a 2/3 vote. We will then continue after the vote, depending on whether we close debate or continue debate on the motion to amend. If we continue debate, we'll take up the next speaker. If we close, we'll vote on the motion to amend. Town meeting members are voting. They have 20 seconds in which to vote. The light is on. When the light goes off, we'll complete the vote. We've completed it now. We'll now look at the total vote to see whether or not we have a 2/3 yes, we do. 98 yes, no 42, 0 abstentions. We are now going to vote on the motion to amend. This is William Abbott, Precinct 16, motion to amend Article 14. And when the light goes on, you can vote yes or no or abstain. We're voting on the motion to amend on Article 14. When the light goes on, Jeffrey Delap. We're going to now vote on the motion to amend from William Abbott. When the light goes on, you can vote. Town meeting, you're voting now. You're voting now on whether to approve the motion to amend. Thereafter, we're going to go to the main motion as amended or not, and we'll go with the speakers that we have. So town meeting members, you have the opportunity now to decide whether to vote. A motion to amend is a majority vote. It is not a 2/3 vote. And so we'll see the voting has ended. We'll see what the sense is of town meeting. 42 say yes, 97 no, 1 abstention. It does not carry. We then go back to the main motion. We invite Betsy Hall, Precinct 16, to come, followed by Lawrence Pizer, Precinct 3. We are continuing to debate the main motion. And Betsy Hall, we welcome you to Plymouth's annual town meeting. Good afternoon.
Betsy Hall, Precinct 16. So I'm sorry. It's been a long day. I am going to vote no on this Article 14, and I'm going to tell you my reasons. The first reason is because ADU is just another name for a 2-family home. I am concerned because there is no avenue whatsoever for appeal. If you are having a neighbor next door or down the road who is thinking about adding an apartment to their house, making it into a 2-apartment home, you have no opportunity at any time to go before the zoning board or to talk to anyone else. I live on a very small pond. It has very serious algae problems. If someone on my pond, or even maybe 5 people on my pond, decided to put in ADUs, it would seriously affect the health not only of my pond, but all the people who draw their water from that area. So my well will definitely be affected, and I will be allowed no appeal at all. That's what by right means. Secondly, Plymouth is unique. Our town is one of the fastest growing towns in Massachusetts, in New England, probably on the East Coast. We heard Mr. Canty say with almost a little bit of alarm that if the 1,500 acres is developed with houses, it'll be horrible for the town because that will put such a stress on our services. If a number of people decide to add an ADU to their house, that will be adding a significant number of new people to our town at a very fast pace. We already have had thousands of new units of all kinds added to our number of homes in the last 5 years. We know that in the pipeline there are thousands more coming. This is just another way to add more homes, more people, more stress on our services. Also, it is very difficult to police the requirements and regulations for this article. Who is going to know if the homeowners actually live there or not? who's going to know if it's being used as a short-term rental? That's the kind of investigation that we don't have the manpower to follow. If my neighbor puts in an ADU and uses it as a short-term rental, there are two choices. I can look the other way, or I can report them and cause dissension in my neighborhood and cause bad feelings between myself and my neighbor. Also, will this bylaw actually achieve what it's said it's going to achieve? Let's take myself for an example. I have a small house. I've lived in Plymouth for 45 years. If I want to add an ADU because I'm suffering from financial difficulties, how can I afford all the expenses that would be required for me to get an architect, to get construction, to get all the permits, and to go through the whole process as an elderly lady of setting up my house to be rented? If I can ever afford to do that, I'd probably have to mortgage my home to do it. Now I'm the landlady and I have to find someone to live there. It won't just be somebody has an elderly parent that's going to convert. Many people are going to convert in order to do rentals, and we don't have good regulations in place for that. We don't have good enforcement for those regulations. It's going to put a stress on the town in terms of increasing population. And
30 seconds.
I do believe that this is not a time to do this when we're already adding so many units to our town. Thank you.
Lawrence Pizer, Precinct 3, Edward Conroy, Precinct 18. Mr. Pizer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is an attempt to retrofit the town without retrofitting the infrastructure of the town. If you want to know what can go wrong, take a look at Oak Street, take a look at Fremont Street, and increasingly, take a look at Stafford Street. These are streets that were successful. They're really quite lovely, and they're overwhelmed because single-family dwellings are made into multifamily dwellings. You talk about parking. Yeah, maybe you do put parking in a driveway, but if you have 3 cars in a driveway and it gets to the point where someone says, oh my God, your car is in front of my car, they'll be parking on the street. So just because there is a requirement that there be availability of parking doesn't mean that there will be parking. The argument about this being used for low-income people is a red herring. If it was serious, then that would be part of the regulation. The people who are going to be using this are people who have the money to accomplish this. It's possible that there might be someone who could use this, but that's not part of the regulation. I urge you to vote this down.
Edward Conroy, Precinct 18, Arthur Deloge, Precinct 15. Mr. Conroy, speaking on, again, Article 14. Edward Conroy, welcome to Plymouth's annual town meeting. Good afternoon.
So I'd like to address the realities of what's going on out there. Young people cannot find places to live. They cannot afford to find places to live. Right now, if you borrow money to buy a home, you pay 80% on the mortgage and 20% on cash. The average home is about $500,000 in Plymouth. 80% would be a $400,000 mortgage. 3 years ago, the interest rate was 3%. Now it's up to 7%. So now you go from an average cost without real estate taxes and insurance of $1,650 per month up to over $2,700 per month. Young people cannot afford that. So the reality is we can talk about all these bad people are going to move in, or all this negativity, but the reality is young people cannot afford to buy a home. Today we increased the real estate taxes by 7%. Say you have a home and you want to make it, and you're a middle-class person, you're working, why not try to get some rental income? Maybe increase the value of your income 7%. It was very easy for us to approve this budget, right? We went through it in a while. We increased our taxes by 7%, but now we're not going to allow a homeowner to try to make some money off their own investment. Then lastly, through my practice, I have seen senior citizens have to leave this town.
Yes, they've left because they cannot afford the taxes. Sorry about what may happen to Fremont Street or whatever street, but people have left, have to leave this town and to go to cheaper places where their children lived. What if we allowed that senior citizen to have an accessory dwelling so their child could move in with them, to take care of them? Have those people that do not support this ever taken care of an elderly parent? It's a major burden. I'd like to take the compassion and address the compassion of this article. You know, also, what if you have a child that may want their mother to move in because their father has passed away? Maybe they take that accessory dwelling and have their mother stay with them. How Medicare is working right now is they want to keep people at home. Things are changing in relation to the Medicare regulations. What if we have a caregiver possibly live in that accessory dwelling? So I'd like to
30
humanize
seconds.
this. And so I'd like to vote in favor of this, and I'd like some of you to step in the shoes of people like myself that have taken care of an elderly parent. Thank you.
Arthur Deloge, Precinct 15, followed by Claire Martinari, Precinct 4. Welcome, Arthur Deloge.
Art Desloges, Precinct 15. Good afternoon. I speak in support of the accessory dwelling units per Article 14. I deeply value having a livable community with affordable homes. I believe it is important that we have affordable housing so that our younger families, teachers, hospital workers, and others find a place here in Plymouth that they can call home. One young couple told me they simply cannot afford to live here, even though they both have good-paying jobs. They are a vibrant and needed part of our community. It is the same for our neighbors who are approaching retirement. One lady who was about to retire told me she had to leave Plymouth and was frightened that she had to start all over again. One way municipalities can modestly increase affordable homes is to allow accessory dwelling units, and you have already heard some of the benefits for allowing this. You also heard there are very serious concerns with allowing ADUs in Plymouth. One is they may overload our septic systems and contaminate our water resources. Another is they may change the character of our neighborhoods and put a strain on our services. As you all know, making public policy is hard work. So I took a careful look at other communities that face the same challenges. Because all the towns on Cape Cod have ADUs, I visited the Cape and met with public officials. I learned that the number of new units added per year range between 10 and 20 units, a modest amount. Most of the detached units were converted barns or garages, which to me matched the character of the neighborhood. I consulted the Sierra Club of Cape Cod and the Mashpee Planning Board. They both believe that the existing regulations to protect water resources from septic contamination are currently adequate and will approve as state guidelines roll out. I met with the Plymouth Board of Health, who also agreed that water resources are adequately protected. In closing, and after careful consideration, I believe we need to take steps so that people who are born, school, and work here in Plymouth can afford to stay here. Younger people are the future of Plymouth. We cannot price them out of living here. I will vote in support of this article. Thank you for listening.
Claire Martinari, Precinct 4. Yes, Jeffrey Delap.
Mr. Moderator, I move the question.
Move the question to close debate. Anyone who wants to speak should stand. I see 2 people in the room, and we have 2 people in the queue. So at this time, we're going to vote on whether to close debate on Article 14. There's a procedural motion. When the light goes on, we'll determine whether to close debate. It requires a 2/3 vote, and it is on the main motion from the Advisory and Finance Committee on Article 14. Light is on. You can now decide whether to vote yes or no on Article 14 on the main motion. And it is a majority vote. Yes? Voting on closing debate, that's correct. Whether to close debate on Article 14. It's a 2/3 vote. The light is off. You've now decided whether you're going to close debate on Article 14. Requires a 2/3 vote. It's a procedural motion. 105 say yes, 35 say no, 0 abstentions. It carries. The debate is closed. We are now going to go and vote on the main motion on Article 14 to amend the zoning bylaw, accessory dwelling unit. And so we have the main motion and we're now going to vote on whether to approve that. And when the light goes on, you will vote. It is a majority vote. It's a majority vote on Article 14. And when the light goes on, you can vote now. You're voting on Article 14. Thereafter, I'm going to take a procedural motion from Mr. Tavares. And Article 14, amending the zoning bylaw, accessory dwelling unit, a majority vote. It's a majority vote of town meeting members voting both remotely and in person. I have it as a majority vote. The vote has been completed. No, I can comment. 107 is yes, 32 is no, 1 abstention. It's more than 2/3, but there's been a new act that was put into law in 2020, which allows for certain items like this to be majority vote rather than 2/3. Thank you. So it passes. Matthew Tavares, Precinct 2. Is it Precinct 2? Yes. Okay. You have a motion to adjourn?
I have a motion to adjourn, seeing how it's almost 5 o'clock. I know we'll be recessing in 5 minutes. I do think that Articles 16A and 16C do deserve our full attention and clear eyes and clear minds, but I'm willing to stay here if the body so chooses.
So there's a motion to adjourn. It's debatable. Further discussion on the motion to adjourn? Yes, first Mr. Mason, followed by Mr. Golden.
Carl Mason, Precinct 18. I would like us to hold off on this and vote no after we consider Article 15, which shouldn't take too long.
David Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We have a number of presenters who have been here all day who are not town staff and not town meeting members. I would encourage folks to say no to this motion. Let's keep going.
Further discussion on the motion to adjourn? Okay, it is a majority vote. It is a procedural motion. And at this time, if there's no further discussion on the motion to adjourn, we're going to take a vote on this procedural motion. When the light goes on, you can vote whether to continue or whether to adjourn. Town meeting is voting now. You're voting on whether to adjourn to Monday at 6 or whether to continue town meeting. If we do continue, we'll take a 1-minute recess. If we adjourn, we'll see you on Monday at 6. Town meeting is voting. It's a majority vote. The majority will decide as to whether we continue or whether we adjourn. This is a procedural vote. It's allowed in our parliamentary procedure. We've completed the vote. We'll now see the will of town meeting. Town meeting can decide whether or not they want to continue or not. 55 say yes. No, 83. 3 abstention. It does not carry. We're going to continue with town meeting. No, come to the microphone, please. It'll be a point of order.
Brendan Brady, Precinct 10, a point of information. At the beginning of the meeting today, you said, you control the scope, we control the length. Can I request a 5-minute recess? Because the last one was only 1 minute. Can we give members a second to use the bathroom, get a drink of water?
The debate really, the scope, but you determine the length on voting on motions. As far as the recess, the charter says we have to recess within 2 hours. There'll be a 1-minute recess, and then we're going to continue. evening session of town meeting. Article 15 is a motion to expand the historic district. Mr. Neerman moves the town vote under the provisions of Mass General Laws, Chapter 40C, to expand the Plymouth Historic District as shown on a plan entitled...
Point of order. I question a quorum. Mark Thomas Maslowski, Precinct 10.
Thank you. The quorum is presumed. He's questioned the quorum. We'll now have a vote on whether we have a quorum. Town meeting members, if you can take your seat, and this is a procedural vote. We will determine whether or not we have a quorum in the room. And if we can ask town meeting, there was a question of the quorum. The quorum is presumed, but we will now determine whether we have 108 town meeting members remaining at Plymouth North High School or in the remote participation. We have panelists as well that have signed in. And how many panelists do we have? We're now voting. If you could just vote, press 1. Press 1 if you are here. And in addition to all that are in the room, we have all of the panelists that are remote. Press 1 if you are here on this quorum count. It is a quorum determined of 108 town meeting members, and we're going to now determine whether or not, press 1 if you are here to confirm that you are here. It's closed. All right? We're going to see what the vote is on whether or not we have a quorum. We're going to look at the total. What is it? 110. We have a quorum. We're continuing. And I read into the record Article 15. Mr. Neerman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Okay, settle down, everybody. We're almost done. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends by unanimous vote that town meeting approve Article 15. Approval of this article will expand the current downtown and waterfront district to include Union Street, Lincoln Street, Bradford Street, including the Plymouth Marina, Plymouth Yacht Club, Nathaniel Morton School, and 11 Lincoln Street, and all properties located within this area. Back to you.
Thank you. And we have a presentation from the Historic District Commission. I'd like to welcome Michael Tubin. He is the chair of the Historic District Commission. Welcome, Michael Tubin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. Michael Tubin, chair of the Historic District Commission. Presentation? Oh, okay. So basically, when we started this process, the first thing we had to do was have a study done, and we used a project consultant, Chris Skelly. He did a study, historic study of the neighborhood, which was submitted to Mass Historic and was approved by Mass Historic. A local historic district protects significant structures from demolition and inappropriate alteration. It retains unique character of a designated area, preserves visual sense of the past while thoughtfully guiding growth and allowing for new uses. It incorporates compatible new construction into community-defining neighborhoods. Over 120 cities and towns in Mass currently have historic districts. Plymouth's historic district was established in 1973, expanded 3 times in 77, 91, and 95. Other areas of town have very little protection from alterations, demolitions, and incompatible development. We also have a demolition delay bylaw, which is another preservation tool which was adopted by town meeting in 2014. It's triggered by the proposed demolition of a building 75 years or older. It provides an opportunity to explore options for preserving historically significant buildings, and it's for up to 12 months, and after 12 months, there is no more protection. So it's a good tool, but it's not as effective a historic preservation tool as a historic district. And this map up here is the current historic district. And this slide is the proposed expansion, which contains 59 properties, and it runs right along the current historic district and abuts that. In preparation for the expansion, we held public outreach, educational sessions for anybody in town and property owners inside the historic expansion. We had a public forum on July 13th, a public forum on September 25th. We sent out a resident survey, and we had a public hearing on January 3rd. The proposed expansion, it's a remarkably intact 19th century neighborhood adjacent to the existing historic district, proximity to the downtown and waterfront area at risk. It's a visual reminder of hardworking Plymouthians who engaged in shipping, fishing, and industry, connection to some of Plymouth's earliest immigrant communities, corrective to pilgrim-centered narrative of Plymouth's past. It also includes municipal buildings on Lincoln Street that have served the community for over 100 years, the 1892 Plymouth High School, now Plymouth Public Schools, and the Nathaniel Morton Elementary School, built in 1913. The proposed area of expansion includes federally designated Bradford Union Street Historic District. A 1980 study of the Bradford area by the Plymouth Redevelopment Authority identified the area as significant for architecture, commerce, industry, and archaeology historic. And one of their recommendations was placing the area under protective umbrella of the local historic commission. So even back then, I think they saw the importance of this area. Listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1983, and also properties on the National Register are not guaranteed protection from alterations or demolition. It's mostly in name, possibly for grants and tax breaks. Local historic districts provide the most effective protection for historic properties and neighborhoods. Establishment or expansion requires 2/3 vote of this body. Historic District Commission reviews projects according to published guidelines and can prohibit demolition. Abutters are notified of proposed projects, allowing for community participation in the review process. The Historic District guidelines only apply to physical changes to the exterior of a building where visible from a public way. Additions, demolitions, expansions, we're not against having additions or expansions of properties. We welcome that. We just try to see that it fits within the historic character of the neighborhood and the existing building. Exterior lighting, fencing, walls, drive pathways, garden houses, sheds, mechanical and plumbing vents, painting, siding, signage, windows, doors, screens, awnings, and shutters. We do not look at the interior of a property or anything that's not visible from a public way, routine maintenance or emergency repairs, or replacement of like materials or colors. The review process, property owners contact the commission to determine which application to complete. Certificate of appropriateness, which would be publicized, and we actually vote on that to approve. Certificate of non-applicability, which would be for the like, or certificate of hardship. Staff will schedule a hearing if necessary. If a formal hearing is required, applicant will bring necessary documents and plans to the hearing. Town staff is available to walk applicants through every step of the process. The commission works collaboratively with applicants to find an amenable solution that meets the guidelines. We do work hard to try to work with people and sometimes give them a better idea than they proposed, and offer additional solutions that they might be amenable to. So once approved, the proposed work can commence. Do the benefits outweigh the imposition? Property owners benefit from the protection of their neighborhood, adapt to change while also preserving the unique character of an area, protect significant buildings from demolition and inappropriate alteration, incorporate new construction that is compatible with existing historic landscape. Districts maintain a positive standard benefiting both residents and visitors. It offers stability, pride in the neighborhood, peace of mind. Recent studies also reveal that historic districts enhance property value. And just in closing, I'd like to say historic preservation is typically used in the rear mirror. Usually you're looking at that after it's too late. Like an example is, as I mentioned in the slides there, in 1973, when the historic district was initially established, it was as a result of the revitalization of Summer Street and tearing down 100 houses in that area. Soon after they formed in 1973, the historic district, which basically covered that area, Burial Hill, Town Square, Brewster Gardens, Town Brook to Newfield Street, Summer Street to Newfield, Willard Place, and Spring Lane. And same thing in 1995, the third expansion of the historic district to Water Street. The expansion included the marina building that's about to be torn down, and then at the last minute that was left out at their request. So, you know, now we're looking back on that 30 years later, and we're going to lose that building now. So I'm hoping that we'll act tonight and look to the future rather than looking in the past. And we hope you'll vote for this.
Thank you. Article 15, and now we have Donald Williams, Precinct 8. Mr. Williams?
I've been lucky. Here's another one where both sides are right, and the sides are lined up with the people who want to make Plymouth a more beautiful place, and that's certainly a worthy goal. But there are some people who are going to be required to make some improvements that they may not be able to afford. But I think that there's a solution here, and I think the solution is to give the existing buyers a pass. In other words, if the unit sells, then it has to be done, and at least this doesn't come as a surprise to the people who are going to be purchasing it, and it may allow the people who are living there to not have the kind of objections to it, and will be able to live there as long as they wanted to, without being forced to use their bank accounts to fix the house up. Thank you.
Further discussion on this, we're going to go to Donna Curtin, town meeting member. Donna Curtin.
Donna Curtin, Precinct 3. Earlier in our meeting today, Mr. Grandy made some comments on the goals of the planning board and said that among the key goals of the outlook of our town is to preserve and enhance our historic heritage and maintain Plymouth's outstanding visual character. So this is what we do with the historic district. It is one of the few tools that we have in our community to actually do anything to preserve our history. Otherwise, we are completely at the mercy of the forces of change and the will of many different individuals. I think we can all agree that we live in a really special place. Most of the Plymouth residents I meet value the character, the historic character in particular, of our community. And it has also been a great asset to us in terms of our economic development over a very long time. Plymouth was one of the very first places in this country to become a destination because of our history. So it has served us well for the quality of life that we enjoy here. It has served us well as an important part of our economy. But we need to have a basic tool to protect this asset, and that is in having a historic district. Now, I've worked in the historic district for my entire career pretty much, and have seen many of the homeowners and other properties in the downtown come forward to this commission when they wish to make a change in their house, and have found the commission has been very, very willing to work with our residents to try to make that process go as smoothly as possible. And if you own a property in the historic district and you don't want to change anything visible from a public way, guess what? You already have your free pass. Okay, it's only when you want to make a substantive change that is going to alter the character of that building. So I would encourage you all to think about this moment of decision. We've just faced, and we haven't seen it come to pass yet, a terrible historical loss when they tear that foundry building down. And we're going to have, when you're there with the duck races at Town Brook, you're going to look across and see 35-foot high of industrial building. So come on, please, give us the tools we need to protect this history and vote yes on this article. Thank you.
Thomas Bagley, Precinct 14. We're debating Article 15. Mr. Bagley.
Thanks. Just a question first for Mr. Tubin. I think Mr. Williams seemed to suggest that if this gets passed, the people who are currently who will become part of this new district will have to change their house if this passes. Can you address that?
Michael Tubin, Chair, Historic District Commission.
The people that are in the district?
Yeah, so the people who live in this new section that will become, if it passes, becomes part of this section, will they have to then all of a sudden change to bring their house up to the guidelines?
No, not at all. It's just if they want to make a change. So what's existing will stay as it is. It's just if they wanted to make a change, they would come before us.
Great. All right. Thanks. And now the statement part. Fully in support of this. I completely agree with Donna and what she just laid out. A couple of things that I've heard talked about was that we don't need this because this area isn't historic. It doesn't have to be historic in Plymouth. It doesn't have to date to 1620 in Plymouth to be historic. There are plenty of other historic aspects of our town that don't have to do with the Pilgrims, and we need to remember that. This is one of those very special corners of our town that has a lot of the historic character from when it was first built. The other thing I've heard is we don't need this because the residents are doing a good job of keeping the area preserved. To their credit, they are. It is a beautiful neighborhood, and I think we can all attest to that if we've ever walked from downtown to Stevens Field and been able to see all the work that the neighbors in this area do. But we don't know who the next people might be. This is a protection for generations to ensure that the work that they've done to create this character of this neighborhood can be preserved when they leave their homes, when somebody else comes into the neighborhood. This is a protection not only for the now, it's a protection to preserve the past, and it's a protection to help set us up for the future. I think that this is just a good thing for the downtown. And I can imagine that many other people had similar feelings about it when this was created in 1973. And we don't have that many historic, I should say, we don't actually have like any from 1620, if you didn't realize that. So we have to hold on to what we do have. And this is a great section that we can do our part to preserve this, even aside from the foundry issues that have already taken place. Thank you.
Jeffrey Delap, Precinct 13. Mr. Delap.
Mr. Moderator, I move the question.
Motion to close debate is not debatable. We have two people standing in the room, no one in the queue. We're now going to take the procedural motion to close debate. It is a 2/3 vote. When the light goes on, we will have the vote on whether to close debate. It's a procedural motion, and we're going to be voting when the light goes on whether to close debate on Article 15. Light is on. You can now vote. You're voting on whether to close debate on Article 15, a 2/3 vote. If we vote yes, then we'll move to the main motion. If we vote no, we'll continue to have more discussion and deliberation. That is a procedural motion available at town meeting. This is coming to you live on Saturday, April 6th. Town meeting had began over 8 hours ago, and you're going to continue until the light goes off. The light has gone off. We'll now have the vote as to whether to close debate. It is a 2/3 vote, and we're going to look to see that 122 say yes, 16 no, 0 abstentions. Can we put that up on the screen? We still have the PowerPoint showing, and there we go. So it passes. So we're closing debate, and now we're going to go and we're going to do the motion to expand the historic district. There's no debate on Article 15, Mr. Babini. So we're now going to go and vote on Article 15. And when we vote, again, this is going to be a majority vote to expand the historic district. So when the light is ready to go on, we will take a vote on Article 15. It is a majority vote to expand the historic district. And we can have the light go on from OTI, and we go. We're going to vote now. You're voting on Article 15. Following that, we're going to begin with Article 16A, and we'll continue at this point with the vote on Article 15 to expand the historic district. It's a majority vote. And town meeting is live at Plymouth North High School on Saturday, April 6th. We are coming to you through this local scene. That completes the vote on Article 15, and we'll get the totals now. 124 yes, no 16, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. Mr. Babini?
Mr. Moderator, I don't think we're going to finish tonight, so I make a motion that we adjourn now, please.
Mr. Babini moves to adjourn. It is a debatable motion. Does anyone else care to be heard on a motion to adjourn? It's a majority vote. Mr. Cohen?
Yes, Bill Cohen. I'm with the Community Preservation Committee, and I can consolidate the presentation tonight. I've spoken to some of the applicants, and we can present on Article 16A and 16C. I think the other articles, if there is a question, we're here available to speak to it. but we can refrain from a full presentation on those additional articles and focus on the ones that people want to talk about.
Further discussion on the motion to adjourn? Anybody else before we go back on the queue? Does any of these people remote, do they want to be heard? No? Okay, Ms. Babini?
Mr. Murray, I feel there'll be a lot of discussion on these articles coming up. I think we've had a long day, and I would urge everyone to vote to adjourn at this point. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to adjourn? It's a procedural motion, it's debatable, and it's a majority vote. If there's no more discussion on the motion to adjourn, we're going to take a vote when the light goes on. A yes, we will continue, and no, we'll go to Monday at 6. We're going to have the light go on, and you'll all have an opportunity to vote. You can vote now. Hold on. All right, we're going to start again. Let's start again. A yes is to adjourn, a no is to stay. Right, okay. Now you can vote. You're voting on whether to adjourn, which will be a yes. A no will continue. A yes, you adjourn to Monday at 6. A no, we're going to continue with 16A, the Affordable Housing Plymouth Area Coalition for the Homeless. Town meeting is taking a procedural vote to adjourn. The light is off. We will see the totals. This is going to be a majority vote for town meeting as to whether or not to continue. 74 say yes, no 63, 2 abstentions. The motion carries. We will be adjourning till Monday at 6 p.m., at which time we'll begin with Article 16A. And this session of town meeting is adjourned at 5:15 p.m. Thank you.